Game 1 of the first round of the 2023 FIDE World Cup was disputed this afternoon in the Marriott Boulevard Hotel in the capital of the Land of Fire, Baku, Azerbaijan. A total of 204 players from 86 countries made it to the board in the open section, while 102 players from 46 countries participated in the women's section. Although the best players in the world are seeded directly into the second round, the rest of the seasoned grandmasters had to get their act together to draw first blood and go into game 2 with the lead on the scoreboard. Most of the favourites cruised through. 14 years old Turkish wonder kid Ediz Gürel, rated 2500, the youngest player in the tournament, crushed his opponent, Serbian grandmaster Ivic Velimir, with a swift attack, including a very nice Greek gift combination. Other upsets in the open section included Ganzorik Amatvizin, rated 2407 from Mongolia, defeating Spanish top grandmaster Eduardo Iturizaga Bonelli with the black pieces in a decisive opposite side Castle King attack, while Iran's Darini Poria defeated Ferenc Berks from Hungary, rated 2615. In the women's section, most of the top-rated players won their first game, but male Jude Quelt from Canada took the field by surprise by defeating Chao Jiji from China, who outrated her by 200 points. Game 2 of the first round will be played tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Any ties will be decided on a tiebreak the next day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live broadcast of the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023 in Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm here with my co-commentator Sagar Shah. Hello, Sagar.
Hello, Irene. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Second day
Second
of the World
day,
Cup.
yes. And we saw a very interesting first day yesterday.
Yes.
Yes. What are your expectations for the second day?
I think today is a very important day because some of the players will be eliminated.
Yes.
While those who are 1 point down have to win in order to equalize and go into the tie breaks.
Yes, and everything is on the table. Yeah, the stakes is getting higher and higher. And how many games do you think will go on the tie break?
Ooh, I think that's a tough question, but I think at least we'll have 15 to 20 games.
That's a lot.
In the
yes,
open.
In the open.
I think that's what would happen because we have currently 78 games that are going on. So I guess 50 would be decided and somewhat like 20 to 25 will go into the tie breaks.
Yes.
And maybe in the women also the same amount of around 30% of the games would go there.
I think it's quite a normal number of tie-break games, right? Yes. And earlier in the video, we already saw some of the upsets.
Yes.
But what is the most interesting upset that you think happened yesterday?
Well, there were several very interesting ones. I thought Ivan Šarić, who was almost on the verge of losing against a 21-18 player, Bucas, was perhaps the most tense game. We watched it a lot, but that ended in a draw. I think there were a lot of mini upsets where you have this young boy, 14-year-old Ediz Gürel, who beat Ivic. Today, Ivic will try to win with the white pieces. So that will be an exciting game to follow.
Yes.
I think we also had a few more, like Darini Poria beating Ferenc Berkes. And I think in the women's section as well, maybe you could tell us a couple of ones which were your favorites.
Yeah, my favorite is I have my list over here, yeah, my cheat sheet. There is one game that I really like very much by Gong Chan-yun from Singapore. Yeah, it was a very attacking game yesterday versus Kanim Balajayeva.
Yeah,
if you
nice.
see the cute move of A6 in preparation of Queen A7, that was a very cute move. And soon we will see the standing of or the tournament table of the open section. So
there you have everything went as per plan in this first top 8 boards, but there's one draw there. of
Yeah.
Ivan Šarić.
And that's the game that we saw yesterday. And then on the second page, we also saw Jules Musart versus Haruna.
Yeah.
Also a drawing game, and it was quite dramatic, I would say.
Yeah, I think Haruna was winning at some point, and a lot of people came to me after the day and said Jules Musart was a bit lucky there to hold it to a draw.
But there was also some crazy moment with the en passant when Jules played G4. I don't know if you saw it later on, but it was very interesting. And in the women's section, on the first page, we saw Ellen Roberts and other top seeded. They pretty much don't really have a hard day at work yesterday.
All went as per plan for them. Although, if we remember, I think Charlize Van Zyl and Nuray Sovetbekova played really well against Nurgül Salimova and Teodora Injak. So they did give good fights there.
They did, yes, indeed. And also, maybe on the second page, and then we will see
we
some
have, I
upsets
think,
later
one walkover. Maltsevskaya did not arrive here.
Yes. So there are actually 3 withdrawals, 2 in the open and then 1 in the women. And in the women, it's Alexandra Maltsevskaya from Poland and Mona Khaled from Egypt. She will proceed to the second round.
And on the last, we see IM Melia Salome. She lost her game to Kathy Goulart. So that was an upset. I think one of the big ones of yesterday.
Yes, that's one of the biggest upsets of yesterday. And I think the upsets will not stop, Sagar. I think it will actually continue today. Yep. And now, 40
Less
seconds.
than a minute. Less than a minute. And Irene, yesterday, all the top guys started entering the hotel. I met some of them.
Yeah, you did.
I saw Fabiano Caruana. They celebrated his birthday yesterday here. Also, many other top players are on their way. Duda is here. Vidit was here. Gukesh is here. And so I think everyone's also gearing up towards who will be their opponents in round number 2. And today, many of that will be decided.
Yes, many of the top players, both men and women, they're arriving today. They're trying to adjust to the hotel, to the environment, to the whole playing situation. Wow, I could already feel the tension of the players, like a few seconds before they announced the start of the move. And you see how all the faces there, they are so focused. They're very stressed, actually.
Yeah, very, very stressed because you want to stay as long as possible in this event.
Yes.
You've traveled all the way to Baku.
Yes.
You don't want to be knocked out in 2 rounds. So today is your chance. If you have lost the first game, win it back, equalize the scores. If you won the first game, just get a draw or maybe even win and qualify to the second round.
Yes. And Sagar, they shook hands already. And if you see that there are some players that are not present on the board yet, don't worry. We have a 15-minute default time.
Right.
So they have an opportunity to appear on the board within 15 minutes after the start of the first move.
Yes. And right now, we can begin with maybe the top board games. And perhaps you want to also give an overview of some of the rules and some of the regulations of this event.
Yes. So today, whoever wins the match, that they don't need to go for the tiebreak. On the second round, they will be joined by the 25 top seeds in the women's section and then 50 top seeds in the open section. So on the second round, there will be 64 players competing to proceed to the third round. And then in the open section, on the second round, there will be 128 players that are trying to compete, to proceed for the third round. And for the women's players, they already are entitled for a prize of $3,750. As for the open section, they're already entitled for $3,000.
Yeah, you go back with definitely some extra money because many of them have spent for their travel and stay.
Yes.
But you take back home something.
Yes,
I think
but something that is cannot be paid with money is the experience of being here to
Absolutely.
represent your country in such a prestigious event like a World Cup.
That is
Yeah.
very, very well said, Irene, and I'm sure that these players feel very inspired today to be a part of this. We can see on the top board is Eline Rubers, one of the big stars of Dutch chess. Ivan Cheparinov, also there, the top seed today playing. He's the 51st seed in the tournament, but we don't have the top 50 seeds playing. So he's there. He's playing against Al-Hassadi Yusuf from Libya, who played well yesterday.
Yeah. We saw a very interesting endgame, knights and pawn endgames,
Yes.
right? Yeah, he fought until the end. It shows really his fighting spirit, which I admired so much. And today, he has to battle it out as white pieces and try to win and force the match into tiebreak.
Yes, and the opening he has chosen is very smart. To Cheparino's very solid e4, e5. He
Yes.
goes knight c3.
No Sicilian. E4, e5 and try to play solidly.
Right. And then bishop c4. And that has made Ivan Cheparinov think for quite a bit. And he takes the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
This is, Irene, have you played this?
Nope. No, I think, maybe I have, but it would be like for some online blitz or bullet, yeah?
Oh, look at the queen coming out, forcing a threat of a checkmate on f7. Of course, not forcing, but threatening queen. But Ivan Cheparinov knows his stuff. He goes back. But Irene, this is a very sharp line.
It is. It's actually quite dubious for white, if I'm not mistaken, but it is very sharp, which is what white is needed right now. White needs something like this, yeah, some imbalance opening or sideline of some opening like this.
Right. So firstly, just for our viewers to show, if knight takes knight, then there was the pawn push to d5, forking both the pieces. And that's the reason why queen came to h5. The knight dropped back, attacking the bishop as well as defending the pawn. And now he took queen takes e5. I'm a bit surprised there because there is a sharper line, I believe, which is knight bishop b3. And I think if you go knight c6, then this move knight b5 creates a lot of mess. You want to distract the knight to checkmate here.
Yes, I'm also a bit bewildered by the choice of queen takes e5 because then that means after queen e7 you already exchange your queens, and if that happens, it's already going to the endgame.
Yes, and I think it's not at all easy to kind of outplay a player like Ivan Cheparinov from this position.
Yeah, and I think this is a dream for Ivan to reach this type of position when he's having like upper hand situation in the overall match. So I think we can try to find another game.
Yes.
Let's see the second board.
Second board between Etienne Bakro and Ne Lintun, the young boy from Myanmar, who again fought admirably yesterday in that queen and pawn endgame.
Yes.
Was quite close to a draw, although never really had equalized in the game. Today, he has the black pieces and he's got
A perfect opening choice for white. You see, like many of the tournament situation affects your choice of openings or your choice of variation, because it is important. It is important to be very wise, to be very cautious with your opening choice.
Right.
Yeah. So that is why maybe for the second round, for those who already won, they wouldn't take a risk by playing something like Sicilian Naito,
Yes.
for example, or some other sharp openings. Yeah.
Absolutely right. The choice of openings is very important in this tournament, especially because you have to sort of plan it. If it's the first game, you want to get the lead, so you plan it that way, that you want to play something ambitious as white. With black, you want to equalize, and then whatever is the result in the first game, you have to try and play in the second game in that way. So here, Ne Lintun, even though he is 600 ELO points lower than Etienne Bakro, he has to play for a win.
He has to play for a win indeed. And this move, c5, we saw on the board. Well, it's a bit hard to play for a win as black, right? Especially if white directs you into some sort of line that is quiet, that is solid. It is hard to actually force matters into a dynamic situation, because otherwise, again, it's going to be like a double-edged sword. It might kill you, actually. Yeah, so patience is also required in this type of situation.
But I also feel that, if you try something very outrageous in the opening, let's say, for example, to d4, you suddenly think, oh, today I'm going to play the Dutch defense and go all out. You can quite easily succumb to a loss. So I think it's a good idea to just be solid out of the opening and play a long game and see what happens. It's not at all easy to beat someone so strong like back row.
Yes.
But we'll see. So this one, quite equalish out of the opening. Maybe we can go to the next game?
Yes, indeed. And for those who think like, for those who already won the yesterday's game and only need a draw, maybe some of the chat or some of you think that, oh, why don't they just over a draw quicker, right? And then they just needed a draw to proceed to the next round. There is a 30 move rule here in the World Cup. Yes, so until blacks makes their 30th move, there shouldn't be any draw offer.
That's a very important point, Irene.
Yes.
I think many of them would want to offer a draw today, but they can't. They can repeat the position thrice, but there's no draw offer that they can do before 30 moves.
Yes, the only draw that can happen below 30 moves if there is any repetition during the game.
Right. Okay, going to the third game, where yesterday Saleh won his game against Abera Gezashiu, and today Salem has the black pieces. We have Italian on the board, which is quite a fine opening choice by Abera in a must-win game. But he puts his knight on c3, which is a little surprising. The main move, of course, to keep your pawn on c3 and play it this way. But he played knight c3, a6, bishop g5, the pawn is pushed, and he comes back bishop e3. And Salem just defends his bishop. He's saying, I'm happy if you take. These double pawns are not a problem for me.
Yes, this is a quite solid position for both sides, for white and black. And I think at some point, if you are trying to play for a win, you have to play a little bit more aggressive.
Yes.
Avoid some symmetrical position, for example, because this is quite symmetrical for me. Yeah, and but again, it is quite hard, right? 600 points above yours, and then yeah. It is going to be a very hard opening choice for Gezashiu.
Right now, he is wondering whether he should take the bishop or just let it be as it is. And Salem quite relaxed there. Let's go to the next board. This one is between Gadir Gusenov, who yesterday won his game against Rupesh Jaiswal from Nepal. We have been talking about how Rupesh is the first ever Nepalese player to represent his country at the World Cup. And today he has the black pieces, and we see a right choice by him, which is to go for the Sicilian.
Finally some Sicilian. But after takes and takes, we saw bishop b5 on the board.
That's not very common.
That is not common. I think again, as white players, I don't think you should go to the main, like really open main lines of Sicilian. Well, d4 is, but after the continuation with bishop b5, I think we'll go into some sort of like a Maroczy setup of pawns with e4 and c4, like what we saw right now in the diagram.
Well, I am very curious, Irene. Why can't black simply snatch a pawn here? Isn't this quite a free pawn that is hanging?
I think it is not really free. This type of gambit will always have something behind it, yeah? So I think, I'm not really familiar with this opening, but I think it should be with I don't know, castle, and then rook e1, just have full activities and then attacking. So this is something new actually,
Yeah.
because white player Gusenov here just needs to have a draw,
Yes.
but he's not playing for a draw. He's gambiting his pawn in a hope that that his opponent will take it. But I don't think he will take it.
Yeah,
Do you think?
Yeah, I don't think he will. And I think what you suggested makes a lot of sense, to castle and put your rook here. But I think there's also a very concrete way with queen f3, as the engine points out, hitting the knight, and also this pawn here, when it's very difficult to cling on to your extra material.
And whenever there's knight c5, is it possible to play before?
Ooh, knight c5, trying to defend here, and you're absolutely right. I hit your knight, and then I chop this pawn.
Yes. So that pawn on e4 is not actually free, yeah?
Right, exactly. Also, Irene, I have a question for you. Imagine you were playing in this World Cup and you had a player who was rated 600 points below you.
Yes.
And you won your first round. Would you be looking for a draw, or you would be saying, "Oh, I want to not lose those rating points"? You know, at the end of the day.
I would think that I think I would just play as normal as I can. I would not go for a draw for sure. But if I cannot prevent it during the game, of course I'll take a draw. But I think it's good to have like positive mindset before the game. Like, you just have to play your normal chess.
Right.
Yeah. You shouldn't really looking forward for any type of result yet. So just play your pieces, play your chess, and then the result will come by itself. So
cool. So right now we see that g6 has been played by Rupesh. He goes here, and his opponent is thinking he's not back on the board, and I think a nice move here. He wants to go for the dragon setup with bishop g7 and castles, which will give him interesting chances.
yes, this looks like a dragon type of position.
Yes.
It's a bit strange though, because usually this type of position is like a Maroczy bind in the accelerated dragon.
Right.
But the bishop is now on b5, not on e2. So this is actually a good thing for white, because when you have such a position, this setup with Maroczy bind, it's best to exchange your light squared bishop.
Because these two pawns make up the Maroczy bind, and they are on light squares. So if you don't have this bishop,
It is a better version for white right now.
okay.
Yeah.
So this one does look good for white. Gusenov will put his bishop here. Pawn to f3, maybe a small edge, but we are still early days in the game. Let's see how it develops. Going to the fifth board, and we'll maybe cover this last board, then move on to the women's section as well.
Yes, yes. I'm so looking forward to see how Irene is doing right now. And on the fifth board, we have Sindarov Javokir versus...
Who won his game?
Yeah, he won it
Yesterday.
yesterday against Rehandeng. Actually, we can go to the sixth sixth game as well, the sixth board, because it's gonna be Ivan Saric versus Dante Bucas.
Because yesterday Ivan Saric drew his game against Dante. So let's have a look first again of the game of Sindarov. He's not on the board, and his opponent Rehandeng Cipriano from South Sudan is right now thinking it was King's Indian, and white went for this interesting setup with bishop f4. It's
Yes.
not very common. You generally play pawn up to e4 or g3. He goes bishop f4, d6, and now queen d2. Irene, I think this is some kind of prep by Rehan, because look at his time. He has 129. I think he wants to put his bishop here, maybe hurl his pawn h4, h5, and go for some attack.
That will be interesting to watch. Yes, I hope he's going for an attack, because if he just plays quietly, that's not the spirit of the tournament score. Yeah,
Right.
he has to do something, but not too crazy. Not too crazy. He has to also keep his objectives into the game. But yeah, a little dynamic chess will not hurt, right?
Absolutely. And Sindarov says, look, my friend, if you want to attack me, it's not going to be easy. I am hitting the center straight away. He goes c5. And right now, Rehan is thinking, should he push the pawn forward? Should he go perhaps taking on c5? There are a few options which he has to consider.
Yes, and both are quite decent options, I would say. But maybe I think I would go for d5.
Yes, I as well. I would like this move, but mainly because if you take with the knight, your knight can jump in, hitting the queen, and then queen a5 check can be really dangerous.
Yes, that is very interesting actually. Yeah.
And if you take with the pawn, then I think a6 is just the kind of move you want to play as a Benko gambit.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, we will have to see what Rehan is deciding to play on the next move.
Oh my god, he's like, I don't even care about what's happening in the center. I am going for your king. Bishop h6. It's the right intention, but Irene, I mean, with all the experience you have, do you think this attack is going to work? I mean, right now you don't even have an attack, but if he goes h4, h5, I think that's what is on his mind.
Yeah, all I know. Usually when you're going for such an attack, you have to close the center or the other side first. But now, that's why I prefer to play d5. But okay, b5 would be such an interesting reply, yeah? And after this bishop h6, wow, h4, h5 would have been very good if it happens on the board. But yeah, white has to be very cautious because there might be some counter attack in the center.
Yeah, take, and maybe then he could even take here, bring the queen to h6 because it's all alone there, and then strike in the center with knight c6. At some point the queen can pop out to b6, and for now I think a player of Sukandar's caliber is not going to be afraid of such an attack. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Ivan Šarić versus Bucas Dante on the 6th board. It's happening actually behind this board there. Bucas yesterday had a huge chance to beat Ivan Šarić, but he missed it. But his opening choice has been pretty decent today with black.
Yeah, this is still a very normal setup, yeah. And I just hope that Dante wouldn't take on c4 and then exchanging the queens. That would be the dream of Ivan's, I guess.
No, but it's fine, right? If you take, because it's, even if they draw today, they go into tie breaks.
Oh, that is correct. That is correct. I was under impression. Yeah. That's correct. Yeah, they had a draw yesterday, so
Yes.
this
could be okay.
This is of course fine.
But I mean, maybe this position is not so great for black because once white takes here, perhaps a small edge. We saw this game start off with knight f3, d5 g3, c5 bishop g2, knight c6 d4, knight f6 castles, e6, e3 is a very I haven't seen this before. I mean, generally you go either c4 here, or maybe you take on c5, either you go b3 something, but e3 is not very common.
Yeah, I think probably this is one of Ivan's preparation, avoiding the main line again, not trying to have a battle of memory.
Yes.
Because if you're going to the main line, you just have to see whether your opponent also knows what to do in this type of main line. So e3, to be honest, in this type of position before e3, you can do pretty much anything. Yeah. We know that c4 is the main line, but e3 is of course a very playable move. It can be transposed to any sort of variation later. And now I think the bishop on c1 will go via b2 by playing b3 first. Yes, I think this is still a very decent setup for white as well.
Absolutely. So there we kind of covered 6 boards in the open section. Early days. Before we go to the women, should we look at the game of our youngest player of the tournament?
Your favorite.
Yes, Edis Gurel.
Sure.
Let's go and check out what he is doing, because yesterday he managed to win his game against Ivic. The game opens with 1 e4. He goes for the Karo Khan. And that's the thing about these youngsters, it's not like, oh, today I'm going to play for a draw with e4, e5. He goes for the Karo Khan. Solid opening, but also counter-attacking. h4, h5. C4, E6. I think good choice by Ivic, who has to win with
Yes.
white.
And also good choice by Edis as well by playing Caro-Kann. Caro-Kann recently has a different type of popularization. You
Yes.
know, like what I mean is back in the days, like a few decades ago, for those who are playing Caro-Kann, they are known for their solid approach to the game. They're known for their positional approach, their understanding toward the game. But now, for those who are playing Caro-Kann, they're actually playing for 3 results.
Yes.
So it's no longer known as a quiet opening.
Correct.
This is also quite known as a, if you want to win, a Caro-Kann is an acceptable choice of opening. So that is why I think we can see a huge trend of Caro-Kann these days being played in many levels of players.
This is very well put by you, Irene, because I remember when I started to learn Caro-Kann around 15 years ago, quite old. At that point, I learned Caro-Kann as something which was a solid weapon, and you know, Anatoly Karpov used to play
Yes.
it, and he was one of the most solid exponents of it. But now, when I see it being used by players who are very young, like even Vishy Anand, recently started playing at the Global Chess League. He played Caro-Kann even at the Grand Chess Tour. I see Gukesh playing it. I mean, many players are playing this opening. They are playing it for 3 results, as you rightly pointed out. So the opening has gone through a big change. What do you have to say about the current position on the board and Ivic's last move, where he simply chopped off this knight and gave up his bishop?
Yeah, this is a curious position for me. This looks going. I think this is going to be a long battle because I'm sure Ivic will not make it easy for Black to equalize the position. So I think probably what can White do after this? Like probably lifting the rook up to h3 and potentially. Actually, I have no clue.
Yeah, I believe he would put his knight on f3.
F3, that's for sure.
The other knight might go to
e4, yes.
And then perhaps he goes g3, king f1, king g2, and just tells his opponent that I have more space, and that is what is going to create problems for you. I think that is what Ivic is going to do in this position. The engine does suggest a small advantage for White, so this means that I think this is a good opening choice here. And also, if you look, the knight would have settled itself on the f5 square, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. So Ivic says, why don't I simply pick up this knight and then play my knight to f3? So this is how it is a good game building up here. It can go either way. There could be White striking, in which case we will go into a tie break tomorrow. If Black wins, then he goes through to round 2. If he draws also, Black is through. Irene, maybe we can tell our viewers what is the format for the tie breaks tomorrow. If it is 1-1,
if it is 1-1, and then we will go for 2 games of rapid. It's 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And then if it's still 1-1, we will go for another rapid,
10 plus 10.
10 plus 10. And then 2 games of 10 plus 10. And if it's still 1-1, we will go for
Blitz.
the Blitz. It's 5 plus 3. 2 games again. And then if it is still 1-1, and then we will go for the another blitz. It's 3 minutes plus 2 seconds until there is a winner. I mean, if there is still a draw for one game.
Two games there. And then they will, if that's also 1-1, then.
And just keep going until there is a winner.
So there's no Armageddon this
There's
time
no
in the tie
Armageddon.
break. They will go on forever. Technically, a tie break could last maybe forever.
Technically, if they keep drawing their games,
So this tournament could go on forever, perhaps. That's a very interesting thing. If someone just keeps on playing, because I remember this would happen in Wimbledon, in tennis. There is in the 5th set, when it is all equal, they don't have a tie break at the end. They have a difference of 2. And sometimes a set would be decided at 6 6 games, but they would go on till 2018 or 21-19 and such. So one set
Yes.
could take like hours. So who knows, that could happen here as well at the World Cup. It's a new. It's for the first time that
It's
this is
for
happening.
the first time, yes. Because previously we always had Armageddon to decide the match, but this time we decided not to have it.
Yeah.
And before we move to the women's top board,
Okay.
I'd like to have one announcement. It's just got in that we have our first tie break.
Ooh.
That is between Savarli Eltach from Azerbaijan versus Roberto Sanchez Alvarez. The reason is Savarli couldn't make it to the game in time. He was stuck in the traffic, so he lost the second round by default.
My God, and it's good fortune that he had won his game yesterday.
Yes, he had
which
won his
at
game.
least does not knock him off the event.
Yes, so he still has his chances tomorrow to make it up. But this is
Heartbreaking.
such a heartbreaking,
Yeah.
totally heartbreaking to lose in such a way.
I'm sure, and I guess he might also arrive at some point in the tournament hall. But it's a sad feeling. Although you have still everything to play for tomorrow, and most likely, I think his biggest preparation for tomorrow would be to leave early. More than any of the openings. But I'm sure there could have been something that happened on the way which he might not have foreseen.
Yes. So, well, all the best for the players for the tiebreak tomorrow. And then maybe now we can continue with the women's top board.
Yeah, let's go to the women's event. We have Irene Rubers here playing with the black pieces against Al Fayyad Yamana Asif Abdullah. It was e4, and Irene tells us, I am not going for any solid lines. It's Sicilian, even though I have an extra point here. I'm leading the match. She goes for the Sicilian Taimanov. Bishop e2, a6. The knight goes back. Knight is developed. Bishop e3, b5. And this is the live position. Here we can see that Al Fayyad is thinking. What do you think about this opening? Good choice, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good choice for both. It's a good fighting opening choice for black, and then it's a very good solid choice for white. So I think this is going to be a very good game because
With the c pawn, your knight is no longer coming here.
mhm.
So maybe a small inaccuracy there.
Small inaccuracy, but probably this could give a fatal consequences. Yeah, because one tempo is very important in this type of such a high level game. So now, yeah, I agree. After bishop g5 and now b5, where are you going to develop your f8 bishop, Sagar,
Yeah.
if you were black in this position?
I don't know. First, I need to get my queen out. I think her idea is to get queen b6, then knight f5, and then bishop e7. But it all looks a bit too slow. White has castled, and by the way, we are looking at board number 2, which is Irina Bulmaga and Janatul Firdosh. On your screen right now is Al Fayyad, who's thinking, yeah, this is the game. If you go queen b6 with the idea of sort of extricating yourself, then perhaps Irene, it's already time for our viewers to think of some tactics here. Like you always say, be alert for the tactics.
Yes. So it's a very basic tactic here, and I'm sure everyone saw it rather quickly.
Yeah, of course you can take here, which is the best move because after taking, you can take here. But I was very attracted to another tactic, which is to chop this knight. And
It looks more fancy. Yeah.
more fancy. Then you take here, threatening a check because the bishop is controlling these squares. And in the end, perhaps it's just also winning completely for white.
Yeah, just too many pawns in the center and better king safety, pieces activity, and everything else. Yeah. So, yeah, let's hope they wouldn't go into such a position because it would be a very bad news for black.
Right. And by the way, she did play her move. She has played queen b6 Irene, maybe I can see the future here.
Oh,
But
wow. Wow.
do you think Irina will put her rook f to c1? I think it's possible.
That's possible. I mean, it's either the rook on A or the rook on F. So it's very possible that she will put either of the rook on C1.
Or she may also go for this idea with a4, because whenever the queen is on b6, b4 is met with an intermezzo, which is to push the pawn and attack the queen. So, and then your knight could go to a4 and then look at these squares. So many good options here for Irina Bulmaga. She is leading the match 1-0 and also has a superior position. Let's go to the game between Sovet Bekova Nuray and Injak, Theodora Injak. Yesterday, this was a very big fight.
Yeah, it was a very big fight. There was a near miss by Sovet Bekova. Yeah, unfortunately, she couldn't find the best move of the position and lost rather quickly after that.
Yeah.
And now we see a type of, I'm sure this must be some London type of position, except that the pawn was on c4.
Yeah. She went here.
Yeah, this is one of the tricky line that you want to play London, but you also want to put your pawn on c4, because usually in London system that you would like to put your pawn on c3, and I think c3 is more common, but now the pawn on c4, it has a little difference to it. Knight h5. After this, I think it's White's next plan should be just playing knight c3 and then try to attack on the king side.
But I like how Injak has gone for this. She's going to chop off this bishop. She'll castle and then maybe keep this flexibility in the center to either push d5 or c5 depending on the situation. I think a nice opening for her.
Yes, I'm sure this is going to be quite a battle. White is going to look for any sort of attacks that she could afford, because she has to attack. She lost her game yesterday, so today she has to give it all out and then try to win the game.
Right, and also Nuray Sovet Bekova does seem underrated. 1823. She's from Kyrgyzstan, and in general, Kyrgyz chess has been growing over there, and I think she might become one of the strongest players from her country. She might already be, but I guess with this experience, it can really change things.
Yes, it will inspire her, and then also it will attract probably attention from the government to support chess, or other sponsorships, because you cannot deny chess needs more sponsorships, and then every player is dreaming to have such a thing, because we'd like to train more, we'd like to play tournaments more, and then we need such a fund, such a help to promote our chess.
Right. Just on this note, Irene, when you were growing up and you were very talented, what age did you become a WGM?
16.
16.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Were you supported by your government in Indonesia? How was it?
Yeah, there was of course some support by the government, by the federation, and also some other private sponsorship. But I think mostly it all came from the family. Okay. The family is the pillar of everything, of all the travels, plans, especially my parents. So big shout out to my parents for bringing up me this way. So so it's not only from one side, but it should be like a collaboration work. So, and then the motor itself, like, which is me, the player itself, has to also be committed into such a work, because pretty much when I got my WGM title when I was 16, Indonesia didn't have any WGM before me. So it actually quite opening the door for all other girls to be inspired to have the highest title in chess as well. And now we have 2 other WGMs, and then we have quite a stock actually for girls, for women players, to replace me in the future. So yeah, now I think Indonesia chess is looking a lot of regenerations.
True. You still the number one. I saw on rating you are number one in Indonesian women players. But I think it's always nice when you see young talents coming up.
Yes.
For example, B4 played. This is a very tricky opening line. B4 trying to gain space.
Mm-hmm.
And I think F6 is a very natural move when you want to build the center.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, Irene, there's also a very interesting move here for black, which is to play G5.
Wow, G5.
Yeah, and the point is, if you get greedy and take here, then I go E5, hitting the knight, and then the bishop takes this pawn. So
that's a very interesting idea actually. Yeah, I might copy it. After this, I'll try to analyze it myself.
nice. Irene, we will know if this commentary has helped you if you win a gold medal at the Asian Games, because you're playing there, yes?
Yeah, yes.
After this.
Yes, I'll be playing the Asian Games.
Wow.
It's going to be in Hangzhou, China, end of September until October.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the first time in several years that chess is making it back to the Asian Games. So this is going to be very interesting, and Irene, we'll all be watching out for how you do there.
Yes, thank you, Sagar. I'm sure it will be quite a match as well, because India will be participating. Yeah?
Yes.
The host country, China, is also participating. So and not to mention Uzbekistan. Yeah, now they are just too strong.
Asia, there are many Asian countries who are getting stronger by the day. Iran, Uzbekistan, India, China. So it's going to be a great event, and of course Indonesia with you, Medina, and all these players will be also a force to reckon with. Okay, so F6 played, and now in this position she plays knight A3. This is not something that I am very well aware of, this move. E5, very logical. Knight comes to C2, and now C5. So very steady play by Leah. Takes knight C6, D3, bishop takes the pawn, G3, knight comes out, bishop G2, you castle, white castles, and now the bishop is played to E6. Maybe not the most accurate move. Perhaps better was bishop G4. But she goes bishop E6, and now a very good move by Darvish. She's getting her knight here and opening up the bishop.
Yeah, this is one of the principal moves, I guess. I like it as well. Knight D2, and opening the bishop, maybe potentially pushing F4, right? And maybe at some point, if we have some exchange on E5 with the other pawn as well, then you can give a good outpost for your knight on E4. So there are many plans here that white can choose. And don't forget, rook can go to B1. I think that is where the rook belongs to. Yes. And probably there's also bishop A3 trying to exchange this dark square bishop. That's also another idea. And then putting the knight on A3 to B5 at some point. We'll see. This is still a very close position. Anything can still happen. White is doing great so far, but black is also pretty solid. So it's going to be a good game.
Right. But suddenly Leah says, I'm going to go a little bit aggressive. She pushes her pawn to F5, knight to B3, hitting the bishop. The bishop drops back, and maybe rook B1 is next here. So an interesting position developing here on board number 5 of the women's section. Maybe we can have a look at one more board in the women's, and then we decide where to go. We have Huang Tang Trang. Yesterday we saw her game from Hungary, the Grandmaster from Hungary, who Irene mentioned. A very interesting fact, she's the only women player in the world of chess to have won 2 continental titles.
Yes, European and Asian. Yeah, she's such an inspiration. She's, wow, I couldn't, you know, how she did how she did do that. See, I'm even speechless. Like, I was an Asian champion myself, and then after a few years that she was also playing in the European individual and then won it. And I mean, and I think that time she already had a baby.
Oh.
Yes, so that is such an amazing feat that I don't think anyone could ever do it, you know, unless somebody moved from one continent to another, like
True.
she did.
Right, and right now she is having a very good position against Abdi Zineb, and this is one of those positions where you are not materially ahead, but positionally better. The knight is beautifully placed here, looking at all of these weak squares, and also the bishop. I mean, you want to push the pawn up, the bishop could jump to f4, so a lot of potential in white's position.
Yes, and always the problem for black's position here is how to develop the bishop on c8, because this is you know, something that you have to think about. You cannot just play with 3 minor pieces here while you have the 4th one. While white, on the other hand, 3 of her minor pieces are already out, and the bishop on c1 is looking great. It can choose any diagonal that it wants. You can play, for example, b3, bishop b2, or stays on c1 and then later just keep an eye on f4 square if it's available, and you can put it there. So yeah, it's looking good for white pieces right now.
Yes, and Hong Tan Trang is actually thinking here for her move. She's there in the background on the right, and she is trying to figure out what should she do. I think e4 makes a lot of sense, because you hit the knight and then knight to b4, and then you move the queen and bishop f.
Exiting their openings and entering their middle games right now. They're trying to find the right strategy on how to proceed in the middle game, because, well, middle games is, you know, you have to play a very wise strategy there when tactics are also happening, yeah, and then you have to be very, very precise as well. So let them think. And I think it is our cue for our first break of the second day. And don't go anywhere. We will be back after a few minutes.
Greetings from Baku. We're in the second round of the World Cup. The room is packed with grandmasters and seasoned players, and they're all ready to fight for their chance to qualify for the candidates. Here we are with a player from Lebanon, Amro El Jawik. Amro, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great.
So as you see, Amro is about to play against Norwegian Grandmaster Tari. You lost yesterday. What are you thinking of today?
Today I have a harder task. I am in a must-win situation, but I hope I'm gonna do a good game, let's say.
So, best of luck to you. Tell us what's going to be your first move.
I'm gonna play, he's not here, e4.
Make sure he didn't see. Best of luck for you, and good luck if you win on the tiebreaks tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we'll leave Amro here with this game against Tari. And as you can see, everyone's sitting down and getting prepared for the second round of the World Cup. Good chess here in Baku.
Torpağından süzülerek gelen təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now doing the live broadcast of Game 2, Round 1. And we have been seeing lots of interesting matches so far. And what have you found during the break, Sagar?
Well, there are some very interesting games where, already one side is having a big advantage. And I think we can go to have a look at those games.
Yes.
And see where is it that the opponents went wrong in the opening itself, because we are just 1 hour into the game and there are some decisive positions already. So maybe we can have a look at the game between Amir Zaibi and Injik Alexander. If I'm not mistaken, Injik did win his game yesterday. So he is at a 1 point lead. But we'll go, and he was playing with the black pieces. If we can get the chessboard here, Injik from Serbia, he is rated 2600. And after just 8 moves, he had a winning position.
8 moves?
Yeah, after just 8 moves, knight f6, d3, knight c6, knight c3, bishop c5, f4 was played, d6. By the way, on the screen right now is Injak. However, we are looking at the game of Injik. Knight to f3, h6, knight a4, and it all looked pretty fine here. But suddenly, white played the move e5. And this was a mistake because black now could play his knight out to h5. So instead of this, if he had just played bishop takes f4, white is slightly better.
Yes, this is still a normal Vienna game, yeah?
But the moment he played this, knight went here, and then he said that, oh, I'm going to play d4. But what he just missed here is this move, knight takes d4.
That is such an interesting idea with queen h4 coming on the board if ever the knight on d4 gets taken.
Yeah, because now this move, I mean, white is now thinking, but if you take here, then queen h4 check, it's game over.
Game over,
Because
yeah.
if king f1, you can go for a check here, which is nice, but you can also interlace it first with bishop g4.
Yes, this is also very nice. And also, there might be some additional idea with f3.
Yes.
That is also truly nice, even without bishop g4, because now the queen is just going after the 3 pieces that are standing on the 4th rank.
Possible. That's really well seen there. These 3 pieces look weak, and currently Alexander Injik is better. We also had one more game where a young talented boy from the US has a very good position. Awonder Liang.
Open section board number 12.
Yes, Awonder Liang is playing against Karimov Alisher. And this also right out of the opening, we had an English opening. g3, bishop b4, bishop g2, castles, bishop takes, pawn takes, d6, rook b1, rook b8, d3. He plays his bishop out, pushes it away. The bishop goes back. He plays the pawn in the center, knight e8, knight h4, stopping f5 plans, knight e7, trying for f5, but now white gets f4. Before that, c6, and now this very nice move,
c5.
c5.
Yeah, c5, I think there's a huge chance that black missed this move, yeah? Because, well, it's not very obvious, but now when we're thinking about it, yeah, why not, right? c5, it looks like a very good move, that if you take on c5, now you take on e5, and then you have just a superiority in the center.
Right.
With all the 4 pawns that you have over there, and all the good placed pieces, knight on h4, bishop on g2, bishop on c1, and all the major pieces are also waiting eagerly to join the attack.
True. So this looks really good for white here. Awonder Liang, a very talented youngster, and there Karimov has just taken the pawn on c5. We can see him in the distance, and Avander Liang now comes to the board. He is rated 2649, and if I'm not mistaken, he's very young. He's, I think, 2003 or 2004 born. So
I think younger than that, no?
yeah, even younger,
Yeah,
2005
I think
born.
even younger than that. I can make a quick research for you later.
Yeah, sure. I am sure he's below 20 right now.
Oh yeah, he was born in 2003.
2003.
Yes.
Yeah, so 20 years old, and I think one of the biggest hopes for America, yes, for the US.
Yes.
So f takes e5 has been played by him, and this is the position we have. Maybe we should go and check few of the games that ended in upsets yesterday.
Yes.
And if we go through there, and then we'll see if the higher rated players are today striking back and what is the strategy they are choosing.
Yes, that's true. And probably we can see our favorite Turkish player, Edis Gürel,
Okay.
versus Vladimir Ivic.
So here we are looking at this game, and I think Edis is under a lot of pressure right now. He is. We saw the game until bishop takes h6, rook takes h6, and in this position, white is doing quite well because of the space advantage. And I like how Ivic is playing this. He puts his knights in the center, then he puts his pawn here so that nothing drops on b4, brings his rook to the open files, and right now he has space.
He has space, yes. But fortunately for black, even though white has some space, at least black has a very good outpost with the knight on d5. And I think thanks to this knight, white cannot really attack easily towards the black's camp.
Yes, but also it's very difficult to find an active plan for black. What do? You can't break with f6 because then your structure is terribly weakened. If you break with c5, that's just losing a pawn. I mean, that's the break you want to do. So perhaps you might look at b6 and c5 at some point, but then white can always go b4 and stop that. So I think right now it's like a position where white is stopping all of black's plans, and then eventually white has to find his own plan.
Yes, I think. What do you think is the right plan for white to proceed in this position?
Yeah, very difficult to say,
Very
but
difficult.
perhaps maybe king comes up, and at some point, I don't know, with some preparation, do you go for f3 g4 or f4, or maybe b4 b5? I'm not sure. I think you have to just wait and see how the position pans out.
Yeah, and maybe try to solidify your position first. I think I
Yes.
like this idea with king g2. You're not in a hurry to actually attack your opponent, right? But you can just put your pieces slowly in a better square, and then now you can start with b4, a4, and so on. But of course, you have some preparation to make, before playing those moves.
Absolutely. And so right now, Edis Gürel in under some pressure, and Ivic, of course, with all his experience, will be looking to equalize the scores and take this match into the tie breaks.
It will be quite an interesting tiebreak if this match goes to Ivic's favor for this round.
Yes, definitely. Maybe there is also another game which we should see.
Yes, let's take a look at board number 61
Okay.
between Luis Supi against Fauzi Adam.
So Luis Supi is playing against Fauzi, and yesterday what happened in their encounter? I think was it a draw?
61. Sorry, I have to.
Yeah, maybe
it more.
111 perhaps.
111, right? I couldn't find it. I think it should be winning for Supi, but otherwise I would have seen it on the upset list.
Yes, because Luis Supi is very well known, of course, as a strong player, but there's also a very famous YouTube clip of him where he checkmates Magnus Carlsen. I'm sure the viewers might be aware of it. He kind of sacrifices queen on c6. I think that is a very, very famous game. But right now, he has a good position. He has an extra pawn. Look at this center control that he has. And he is 2-5-8-2.
Oh, actually, they drew yesterday.
They drew yesterday.
They drew.
So it means that today it's everything to play for. There you have Fauzi Adam on your screen. He is playing with the white pieces. He went for the Rosolimo, took on c6. And now this knight h4 move, which was slightly tricky because the point was if you take here, he wants to go queen h5 check and you can't play g6 because the knight takes it.
Yes.
So that's the reason why knight h6, d3, pawn takes, check, knight f7.
There's also one good thing to mention, that if bishop takes h6, black will not take it back, but instead black will just take the knight on h4.
Because if you take, there's a check coming here, so you take just this.
Yes.
Wow.
So now black is fine.
So that's the reason why he went check, knight back, knight f3, g6.
Yep.
Queen went back, queen f6, and now you can see, I think it's just an extra pawn here for black.
Yeah, look at
without
this
too much compensation.
Yeah.
But Fauzi Adam is a tricky player, and he will try to maybe go here, maybe try with his knight to a4 to win this pawn. It's going to be still a fight, but for now, Supi, Luis Paulo, seems to be in control of this match.
Indeed, yes. And this looks really good for black. And maybe we can try to see the other game. I would like to see open section board number 5, please. It's Sindarov's game.
Okay. Javokhir Sindarov yesterday winning his game. Today he is playing with the black pieces. Remember this, we started out in the opening where Rehan had gone bishop h6 very early. Sindarov actually took here, took here and played knight c6, and he's saying that your center is not very stable, as you said, Irene.
Yeah, this is something that well, as what I've been taught, right? It's whenever you want to attack something, stabilize your center first. In fact, if you have a stronger center, you can pretty much attack anything in your opponent's camp.
Right.
So focus on the center, and then yeah, the attack will take care by itself. Yeah, and then maybe it's not actually going to the king side. Maybe you can actually focus on the center, attack the center, just pretty much stabilize the center. If you want to play bishop h6, that's, I think we agreed d5 would have been a very good move. Even the b5 was there, it's something to look to watch also. But now castle, it's, for me, it's looking a little bit loose.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight g4 is there, and then the queen is being kicked.
He attacks
away,
here, and the
attacks there.
queen. So the queen goes. Oh, he took knight c6.
He takes knight c6, but that's okay. B takes c6, and now the queen still has to go to f4, protecting f2, and queen f5. This is such a good move, because now it's clear that black will have to attack the white's king on the queen side.
h3, knight jumps to e5, e3, rook b8, and you can see the exchange which took place on d4, which helped on c6, which helped to open the b file, is now being used by the black rook. Queen d4, bishop e6, and a great position here for Javokhir Sindarov.
Yes, and I think the pawn on c4 will lose in no time, or it's another provocation. Yeah, black is trying, come on, white, push your b3. But whenever you push your b3, it's always, you know, some new hole around the king, and it looks a again a little bit more loose.
Yes.
So yeah, I wouldn't recommend b3, but again, what to do when later on maybe rook b4 is coming, yeah, and then maybe at some point b3 is kind of forced. Otherwise, you have to lose the pawn on c4.
Agreed. So this seems very good for Jawokir, and I think in this tournament we are expecting him to go like quite a few rounds.
Yeah, he will go far.
He is 26, 59, talented youngster from Uzbekistan. I think yesterday we saw one of the big upsets, which was a top player. I mean, we saw many mini upsets towards the end. So should we look at one of those games that's happening? I think you had
The list. Yep.
the list of players. So
Let's see the game between Iturizaga versus Amartufsin.
oh, Iturizaga lost yesterday.
Yes. So it's about 200 points difference. So Iturizaga is in a position where he has to win today to force the match into a tiebreak.
So just getting his game here. He is rated 2617, and he's playing against Amartufsin. So yeah, there you have it, the game between Iturizaga, Bonelli, Eduardo, very strong player. He was from Venezuela.
Yeah.
Now he's playing for
with
Spain.
Yeah.
But I think he can be very happy with what he's got out of the opening. Because he has nice development, nice center control, pressure down the B file. So good position.
Yep, I think it's still playable too for white. I mean, white still can somehow try to equalize this, even though this is slightly better for black. But this is definitely the scenario that black is looking for.
Yeah. Also, I mean, maybe D4 could come in, followed by E5. So, and rook b8. So, great position for Iturizaga in a must-win game for him. There's also the game of Anton Demchenko.
Anton Demchenko, who also lost yesterday versus Gianmarco Leiva.
Yes, that was a beautiful endgame that we just saw there, the bishop endgame.
The bishop endgame with some zugzwang.
Yes.
Yes.
And Gianmarco says that yes, I'm a point ahead in this match, but I'll still go for the Sicilian. He goes D4 takes, bishop G7, knight goes back, D6, bishop E3, knight comes out, queen D2, A6, F3, B5. I actually like black's position quite a lot here. Irene, what is your take? He's just played H4 here, Demchenko. How would you feel about this position?
Yeah, I think this is in black's favor because usually, well, they started out with the exiled dragon, but Demchenko tried to make it as a classical dragon, and usually if you are going for this type of setup, there's no time to lose. And you would have already pushed this h4 in a few moves before.
Right.
Yeah, and now blacks already have the pawns on a6 and b5, so this is a little different to the normal variation of dragon.
Right.
And again, like what I said, it's into black's favor. So if black could exploit the fact that he actually has a few tempi up, then he might be able to, well, he's already equalizing it now and probably trying to accelerate some attack quicker than the classical dragon normally is.
Yeah, so black must do something actually pretty soon, because if white
chopped off, yeah. And after knight e5, now after h4, maybe you can just ignore it, or yeah, knight c4 is always an idea.
Yeah, this is a very strong move.
This is a strong move, yes.
And if you take here, pawn takes, the knight is attacked, the rook is coming here. the bishop will get active, and this looks very, very dangerous for Anton Demchenko. And a player like him who is quite strong, 26-23, could get knocked out in the first round. That's how ruthless the World Cup is.
Yes, and sometimes ratings don't matter at all because it's whatever moves that you give on the board that's more important than your rating. And wow, this could be quite an upset. Yeah, they have 250 points difference, and Demchenko is we know that he's a very strong player himself. So if it happens, then Peru will have their new star apart from Corey Jorge.
Yeah, definitely. Lieva Gianmarco is the one, and there you can see in this view, it's the second player over there on your left. That's Gianmarco in blue shirt and his opponent Demchenko.
You see, in the camera right now, I like this view. You know what I like from this view?
What do you like?
How well the players are dressed up. Like both women and men, I just like it.
Everyone is in formals, you know.
Yes, and it shows how professional the players are. Not only about the game itself. Of course, they already prepared this tournament like weeks ago since the pairings were announced, but also how presentable they are in the game. Yeah, and this is quite a few that I'd like to see for many tournaments to come.
Right, and also it does look such a nice hall with the chandeliers at the top. You could see two players shook hands there. The new rule is that you cannot talk much with your fellow players in the hall. That's the new anti-cheating measures. You can just say hi or nod or shake hands, but you can't talk.
You cannot talk. Yes, you can say hi. You can nod. You can wave, but that's pretty much it. You cannot say. You cannot actually have a conversation, right, about how's life's been treating you so far, or vice versa. And I was also told that this hotel is one of the biggest hotels in Baku. Yeah, it has like hundreds of rooms, like 800 or something.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's amazing, and. Okay, let's come back to the game. Oh, before we come back to the game, I'd like to remind our chess viewers that if you do have a question, please send it to us via Twitter or X, and our FIDE handle is at FIDE_chess, and you can also use the hashtag FIDE World Cup. And we will try to select which questions to be presented during the broadcast. And if you have any suggestion or anything, let us know as well.
True. Okay, so this one we are waiting for Gianmarco's move. He's thought a lot. He has only 39 minutes left. There's another game which I want to draw your attention to.
Yes.
This is the game between Ferenc Berkesh and Darini Porya from Iran. Ferenc is from Hungary. And yesterday, Berkesh lost his game to Darini, so he needs to win, but he has the white pieces. And he actually gets a very good position out of the opening. He's a d4 player, he goes for it, and then plays the Grunfeld. Here, CD, knight d5, bishop c4, knight goes back, bishop drops back, pawn hits the center, castles, pawn takes, knight c6. He pushes his pawn, knight a5, and now h3.
Yeah, this is such a tricky line, yeah? And we know that Berkesh has been known as a very solid player. I think this is not a surprise for me that he chose this line against Grunfeld. He just wants to have like a very solid position, and then he would try to grind his opponent via position understanding, you know. And I played, I think, 1 or 2 games against Berkesh, and during our games, I completely didn't understand what was going on.
Wow.
It was amazing. It was a few years ago. I think I had 2 games against him, and I think I lost in both games. At first, I I did fine. I knew I was doing all right, but then towards from the middle game towards the end game, perhaps it was the time when he showed his masterclass. And so I think this game is no different. I think he would just prefer to go straight out of the opening without any problem, without any trouble, and then try to compete with the understanding of Black's players. And we can see the next move after knight takes b3. He didn't take it with the queen. He took it with the pawn, and it is fine. According to him, I'm fine doubling my pawn. a7 is my target of attack. Now my rook is going to be active. I know I just did some concession on my pawn structure, but in return I had something else too. So, and then the game continued with e6 because
e6 was played, but Irene, there was a chance here to chop this knight, and you take back, and then you can take on d5, maybe with the knight or the queen. So let's say I take with the knight. I have won a pawn.
I think this is the one thing that Berkus was looking for, that is going to a position where there's an opposite colored bishop. Like what we already talked about yesterday, it is a very, very dangerous. Although, even though here there's nothing much going on, but potentially speaking, look at the bishop on b2, aiming toward this diagonal, and then the king himself is quiet alone. So that is why Black didn't want to take any risk going into such a position, even though Black would have won a pawn, right?
Yes.
But in such a position, when you have an opposite colored bishop, a pawn really means nothing. It's more important to have an active bishop than to have an extra pawn.
And that's the reason why after e6 was played, but now Berkus says, here goes my pawn. It is on the 6th rank. It's very powerful. Bishop d7. Bishop comes here, provoking f6. The bishop comes back, and now the problem, as we see, is that this bishop is looking on these squares. The rook is looking here. Black doesn't really have too many active ideas. Like, even if you push your pawn to e5, what next? Maybe I have knight d2 with my knight coming to c4, and it doesn't seem like you have too many active ideas.
Yes, and the pawn on d6, well, it's a pass pawn, even though you cannot really exploit it at the moment, but it is still limiting Black's activity, because now where will Black go with the queen, for example? Yeah. And yeah, I like White's position.
Okay, so we think that Ferenc Berkus has a good chance of striking back in this match.
Yes.
And so we saw a few of them. We can also quickly have a look at the game of Kadrich.
Let's do it.
He also is a very strong player. He lost his game yesterday to Salinas Herrera Pablo from Chile. And right now, it seems like the position is very complicated.
Yes, it's did it come from an Italian game? It looks like the structure.
It came from the Italian game.
Okay.
And perhaps a very quiet game, but that has become exciting now with the fact that Black has the open file here on f file and doubled up. Mainly the c pawn is weak for Black, but the knight defends it for now.
Wow.
And this is the position that we have.
This is going to be a true result game, because I still cannot predict what's going to happen. White is kind of defending and attacking.
Yes.
Black is kind of doing the same, and it could also be a draw because it looks like a very equal game so far. Wow. And I love the fact that the knight is standing very nicely on b4. This is such a good outpost for the knight. But the question is, what is the knight doing there? So there's always some pro and con about having an outpost. Sometimes you can have a good outpost, but then you ask yourself again, okay, I have a good outpost, but what am I doing?
That is true. That is true. I think certain things we do looks good on paper, but then it's not very useful. Like, for example, I studied accountancy in my life, but never really worked for it. So I have a very nice degree of being a chartered accountant, but never used it. So I guess the knight on b4 is a little similar to that.
Don't worry about that, Sagar. I've been playing chess for more than 20 years. I also sometimes don't understand what I'm doing with chess. So it's a 20 years experience of life, but still, at some point, I don't understand this position at all.
But I had one question, Irene. Did you sort of complete your academics, or did you at some point say, okay, I don't need to study, I'll focus on chess?
I finished my academy. The last diploma that I got was a master's degree at Webster University.
Wow.
Yeah.
On what? In which subject?
International relations. Yes. So that's why I have so many international friends. Just kidding.
So you did your master's in international relations.
Yes.
From Webster University.
Mhm.
And but you have not been using it for, I mean, to make friends in chess and to sort of travel all across the world, but you haven't done anything about it. Yes.
No, officially no. But I think what you learn from school, you don't necessarily work about the subject that you graduated from, right? But so many takeaways that I learned from my 2 years in the US, so many experiences and so many new connections, and I think this is what actually matters.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. So I am sitting next to a master's in international relations plus an international master. So, you have a lot of masters in your...
Fun fact about my international masters. I needed to collect 10 IM norms before
10?
Before I became one.
Oh my God. And right now you have 2 GM norms already.
Yes.
So maybe you might gain a lot of GM norms. Is it like you didn't reach 2400, right? That's why...
Yeah. That time I needed to reach 2400. I was already very close to 2395, but then at some point I dropped 30 after that. So it was a very long journey. But to get a GM norm is very hard.
Yes.
And we have plenty of GMs in the venue right now. So that's why it's showing like you see, in Baku, Azerbaijan right now, it is where all the chess brilliance meet. And it's just an honor for me to watch them very closely and then learn from their games.
I agree. We are actually very privileged that we are able to see such an amazing tournament happening right next to where we are commentating from, and so many good games taking place. But some of the grandmasters in trouble, like for example Dennis Cartridge here, losing yesterday and today not having an advantage, which just goes to show that GM title, while it's important and so on, you have to play well on that given day. And right now some players doing it much better than the others. We can also go and look at some of the games in the women's section.
Yes, let's go to the game by Xiao Yi versus Malijet Ole, because yesterday Xiao Yi didn't really show her real strength yet.
She had blundered a piece right out of the opening.
Yeah, so I'm sure she's a much better player than what she showed yesterday. And let's take a look at her game, because she will be having to play it all out and try to win this round.
Yes. She yesterday just blundered right out of the opening, and her opponent took full advantage of that to get home the point. And today she has the black pieces, and Ouellette is doing really well.
Yes, Ouellette is a up and rising star from Canada. And I think 2201 is kind of like quite a low rating for her.
Okay.
I'm sure she's capable of doing more. And she's still young. There's so many up and down with her rating, but I'm sure at some point she will find some stability in her rating, and probably soon she's a WGM already right now. Yeah.
Okay, we had a very interesting opening, which is the old Indian kind of opening, and she played her queen to c7, then played her queen to b8.
That's looking a little too passive, but this move is happening in many positions.
Yes. And as it turns out, now that we reach this position, I love how Ulet actually used her knight from f3 to d4 to b3 to a5.
Yes.
And is just looking at these weak pawns. I think William Stenitz would have been very proud of this maneuver that Ulet has just done.
Yeah, this actually reminds me of Spanish games, because this is a very typical idea to put the knight on a5 in a Spanish game. And in a way, you know, without the pawn on e5, it is almost looking like a rule-up-based Spanish game. And I think this is why a chess player needs to be very flexible.
Yes.
And very diverse as well, because one position can lead to another position, one variation can lead to another variation. It may start in different way, but the essence of the position itself can be very similar, and we have to be very flexible. Our approaches, you know, not because this is a d4 or this is a reti game, we have to keep following what's the typical ideas in the very openings, but we also have to be you see, like very flexible. Oh, this comes to another opening. Oh, this is another idea in the other opening. So that is why the stronger you are, the more flexible you are.
True, true. Very well put there. And there we see on our screen Ulet with the white pieces there, and also Zhao Yi. She has to play out of her skins here. She went bishop f8, but then the bishop came to f4, another strong move. Knight to e5, and now rook d2. So very calmly trying to build up pressure on the d6 pawn with her rooks.
Yes, this is the plan that I would approve. I really like how Ule is playing here, very calmly, you know, slowly putting her pieces into better square, and not only putting them onto better square, but also, you know, in a way attacking. Yeah, rook goes to d2. We know that if you connect your rook, if you double your rook, it will give you more power to your pieces. So and also you can do that while waiting for what is your opponent's intention. Yeah, if you don't really have anything to do concretely, you know, you can always build up this type of good setup. Prepare for what might happen next.
Absolutely. So here we have Ulet doing well, and Zhao Yi has to now up her game in the next couple of hours, or else has to pack her bags.
Yes,
so that's how close you are to elimination. One mistake and it's all over. Let's go and look at another game. Should we look at which one?
Let's take a look at the game by Mungzul Turmung versus Natalia Buxa.
Okay. 2-2. So yesterday it was Turmung who won. So she is 2200 rated, but her opponent is 2365. And Natalia Buxa is married to a chess player, yes?
Yes. Also married to an Azeri.
Yes.
Mamedov Rauf. Yes.
Right.
So there are so many marriages right now, yeah, between two chess players.
True.
We saw recently Hikaru and Atusa Prokashian, and yeah. But okay, this on this game, Natalia Buxa, I think she used to be rated about 2450 plus. So she's quite underrated right now with the 2365.
Right, but do you think she has some edge here with white? Because it does feel that her knight is much more active as compared to the black knight. So can jump in here. Also yesterday, if you remember, we were thinking that against this structure, you can always play h5 and try to open up the king. So maybe an idea could be rook h1 to avoid the trade of rooks to play h5, but maybe it's too much to give up the control of the e file.
Yeah, I think white doesn't have enough pieces to also, you know, go on with the attack. Yeah, so I think why white is better here is due to the pawn structure. the c7 pawn is quite a backward pawn, and you're right. The knight on f3 is a much better knight on c6, and in order to improve knight on c6, you have to give up the e5 square, and so this is something that probably black wouldn't like to do. But at some point, maybe black has to, because the knight cannot just stand on c6 forever. So I don't know. Maybe in this position, it's better to save the rook. I know it's looking like quite a coward if you play rook h1 or something like that. But
Yes.
probably in a sense, you need this rook for some attack in the queen side ladder, because this is where our battlefield is. Yeah, I agree that h5 is looking very good, but again, after queen f5 or queen g4, I think all the attacks stop. So I think you have to focus on playing positionally instead of playing tactically.
We could play on this side as well, right?
Yeah, this is what I meant. So trying to exploit the fact that the pawn structure of blacks on the queen side is kind of, a bit awkward.
Right. So Natalia Buxa just has the kind of position she needs to keep pressing here. She's 1 point down in the match against Mungzul, and if she makes a comeback, she can force the tie breaks.
Yes.
Okay, so this is interesting. There's another game which we can have a look, which was an upset yesterday. Which one? Khanim Balajayeva?
Yeah, let's do it. Khanim Balajayeva versus Gong Chanyun.
So Khanim Balajayeva yesterday lost her game to Gong Chianyun. But Irene, you had mentioned that Gong's rating was 2400 at some point.
No, she was close to 2400. I think it was like 2370, 2380. Yeah, she was close. And yeah, she has quite a family. She has kids, so I guess that is explaining why her rating is dropping to 22-23. But in a way, essentially she's a strong player, and she likes to attack. So you see, from this position, she's fine. She's provoking her opponent to play. Come on, play h6, g5, h5, g4 now. So I think she's happy with this position.
Yeah, but she is a pawn down. So she has lost that pawn, but I don't think you care that much. Yeah, you are like
don't care about one pawn. Just as long as you get the attack, you'll be done with it.
Go for the attack. That's the mantra here. But objectively, Balajayeva can be happy with her position. She looks like having an advantage, but practically this position can get really messy. And Gong could be able to score another win if Balajayeva is not careful, because look at the king. There's a lot of space around it.
Yes, both players actually have to be very careful here, because another 3-result game that we are looking at right now, white is definitely going for an attack. Black is definitely trying to also attack but also defend, and to prove that this one extra pawn can be a really advantage for black's position. And and meanwhile, white is going to, I'll give you one pawn, but that is because I want to attack you. So this is going to be a very exciting game.
Right, and I think this is the camera that we have is the one that the game which we are looking at. We have Khanim, who is from Azerbaijan, really focused. She needs this win at all costs. She's thinking hard, and Gong can be happy with a draw.
Yep.
Let's see how this goes. And should we go to the top boards very quickly of both the sections, Irene, and have a look, or is there any other game of the upsets that we haven't looked?
I think we've seen most or all actually of the women's section, the upsets from yesterday, and also the men's section. I think we can quickly see the top boards.
Okay.
And
so let's have a quick look from the women's section. We'll go to Aline Rubers playing with the black pieces and dominating on the board against her opponent Al Fayad. Look at her pieces, Irene. So nice.
Yeah, they're so nicely placed, and all the pieces are working. Good pawn structure, good king safety, I think Ellen has everything she needs to win the match.
Yeah, this one is definitely going Eline's way. And oh, this seems like some big error, bishop d3, because now perhaps you can put your bishop on f6, looking here with the knight and the bishop, and if you play c3, trying to stop it, then the pieces lose, and we already know loose pieces drop off.
Yes. Well, yeah, this is actually a very hard position to play as white. So I think it's only a matter of time until white makes a crucial mistake, yeah, because all of white's pieces are quite restricted, and black, on the other hand, can move very, very freely in every part of the board. So
I agree. And so right now, oof, look at her quickly playing bishop f6, not even spending time. This just looks that she is in great form, and of course she'll win this match, but also her future opponents should be careful when facing her.
Yes.
Eline Rubers, the current Dutch champion. Let's go to board number 2. Irina Bulmaga against Janatul Firdosh. All the problems that we were noticing about black's position still very much intact here. Weakness on c5, pieces undeveloped, white pieces beautifully positioned, open file for the... I mean, looking great.
This is full domination by white. So I think a4 is, about to come. a4 is just asking for to be played at some point. But I like actually the idea of solidifying your king first by playing g3, king g2, and so on, because you see white has all the time in the world, literally speaking, because Irina Bulmaga is also ahead in time.
This is a nice point that you mentioned, g3, king g2. It's like, you're just telling your opponent that I have so much faith in my position that I'll just improve it slowly.
Yes.
But Irene, there's one tactical motive that I want to show. And if Irina plays it, it would be very pretty. And that is to jump with the knight to g6.
Wow. That would have been the move of the day if Irina plays it.
Yeah, Irina could go for it. The main idea is that if you take with the knight, this is already game over because rook is hanging. And if you take with the pawn, then
you take the rook first, and then mate is coming. That is so nice, Sagar. I'm so happy to actually see such a move exist, because it's so beautiful. And then this is what gives you, I don't know,
a lot of joy.
A lot of joy, exactly. Love and joy towards chess. Such a move that keeps me going in the chess world for more than 20 years. I think you would agree, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And knight g6 is not the only winning move. There are so many winning moves. The most natural one, which I think any practical player would do, is get the rook to the open file and play it. But perhaps Irina might be looking a little carefully there, and she has a chance to create a brilliancy.
Yes, I know she's a very good tactical player. So I think she's looking at it. Look at the camera. I think her eyes is pointing toward the g6 square. It's just, I think she's just calculating whether I should take on c8 first and then play knight g6, or I think this is the right time to play on knight g6.
Wow, if she does it, let's see if she can do it, because also just to point out, if knight g6 you take here, and then take this, there is still rook c8.
I give up my rook, but I'll get your king.
Yeah. And that is a pretty checkmate. We'll come back to this to see what Irina does, or should we stay back? I don't know. She might think for a lot of moves, yes? A lot of minutes. So let's quickly see another game, or is it maybe one more game before we go for a short break?
Yes, let's do one more game. Probably the first. Let's take a look Ivan Cheparinov's game.
Okay.
Or maybe it is time, actually.
Yeah, it's time for a break.
It's time for a break, and everyone is still thinking very hard on their board. And Now we're going to take our second break. Please don't go anywhere. We will continue after a few minutes.
And we'll be back to see if Irene plays knight g6 or not.
Yes. See ya.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back to the game number 2 of round 1 FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm Irene Sukandar and I'm still with my co-commentator Sagar Shah.
And I've just taken off my jacket, Irene, because I think it's heating up like anything. Not the atmosphere, but the games in the round. And I think it's time to fight now. So I guess this next 90 minutes, which we are going to commentate, is going to decide the fate of many of the players.
Yes.
And so we have to be quick. We have to look at many games. Which one should we look at first?
I think I would be interested in looking the game of one of our oldest participant.
Yeah.
Yes. Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov from the USA.
Yeah, so let's go to the game of Kaidanov. He's playing the current Indian national champion Karthik Venkatraman, and yesterday their game ended in a draw. Kaidanov played a beautiful pawn sacrifice. He held the draw there, but now today he is in some trouble because the position of his king doesn't look very safe. The rook is standing right opposite it. The knight is here. The pawn is on h3. But it's still a very complex position.
Indeed, it is a very complex position still. I'm just a bit mesmerized by the pawn on h3. How did it get there, Sagar? Can we take a look a few moves before?
Yeah, sure. Actually, it was some kind of an Italian, which then led to this h6, g5 happening when the bishop was on this diagonal. And then when white went d4, which was perhaps not the best move, Karthik took his opportunity and played h5. Kaidanov went h3, g4. He played his knight here, and that's how the pawn sort of reached the h3 square.
Wow, look at that pawn. It's like the goal-getter pawn, right? Like, come on.
Right, and also if you look, there are some nasty tactics that are happening. So in case this pawn moves away, the bishop will open up on this diagonal and suddenly the rook would chop this bishop off.
That is a very nasty tactic. Wow. So there are so many things here that white has to watch out for. Yeah.
Right.
So many loose things as well. And the bishop on a7, this is the power of having a bishop from a distance, right? This is what we've been being taught. This is a classical principle. If you have a bishop, let's aim the target from a distance where the bishop cannot be attacked. And the bishop on a7 is like one of the strongest black pieces on the board right now.
True, and I think Gregory Kaidanov simply misassessed when he took this. And Irene, you are so right. It opens up this bishop in such a big way, and now the knight jumps in. So this is the move. Maybe he thought that black has to recapture, but the problem now is that white would take back. But Karthik finds this very strong move, knight g4, and if you try to win more material here, then in comes this very pretty move, knight takes f2.
Nice. And now the knight on h4 is also hanging. Should the bishop take on the knight on f2?
Take here, take this.
You can take it first,
take
yes.
And check. And this is game over already. It looks very scary for the white king. So knight g4 turned out to be a very powerful move. And then he went rook e2. And now it is Karthik who is thinking. You can see there in the distance there, in the blue shirt is Karthik. In the black shirt is Gregory Kaidanov at the far end of your screen. And a big shout out to our team who's producing this, who are able to sort of switch the cameras amidst 250 players who are playing right now nearly.
Yes, it's hundreds of players and it's such a huge ballroom that the players are currently playing at right now. And I'm also very surprised that our team can recognize all the faces.
Yes. Not easy. Not
it's
easy.
not easy. It's not easy. Yeah, even though there are some players' name, but look at the position of the board. There is no way they could tell the board's name of the player, right? They would have to find the names as soon as we pull the diagrams on the screen.
True. And by the way, the one who wins this match takes on Hikaru Nakamura day after tomorrow.
Wow.
So the winner, either Karthik or Gregory Kaidanov, would take on Hikaru. And on the adjoining board, we'll make the task easy for our cameraman. We are going to look at the game between Harsha and Levan Pansulai. The importance of this match is that the one who wins will face Magnus Carlsen.
Wow. This is such an amazing inspiration, actually. I mean, not only just by winning the game, but wow, after this match, I'm going to play against Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
Not everyone has a chance to play against him, right?
Absolutely, and you get to play him for 2 days at least. And if you manage to get him to the tie breaks, then 3. Remember, in 2017, in the World Cup that Magnus played, he was knocked out in round 2 by Bu Jiangji.
Yes.
So, in the World Cup format, all it takes is a mistake, and even a great player like Magnus can get knocked out.
Yes.
So, yesterday, Pansulai actually lost his game with the black pieces. Today, he has white and must win against Harsha Bharat Koti, and he's a pawn up for the time being.
Yes, and the pawn, the extra pawn that was given, I think it's for the exchange, for the activity. So we can take a look from earlier on. Yeah, I think it's quite a. He gambited the pawn, right?
Yeah, he played e5 and he said, take my pawn. But now instead of taking this pawn, and there's a very tricky moment, which is like generally you want to give this check. And take this bishop.
Yes.
Because you can't go knight c6. I just take and the bishop is hanging. But here's the very nice little move, knight fd7.
Whoa, that's quite cute, yeah? The knight drops back to d7 and...
If you take, I take your knight.
Yes.
And if you take my knight here, which is very logical, then I first give a check defending the bishop. And if you give a counter check here, then I simply go knight c6 and this knight is falling.
That is such a tricky
stuff
over there.
Very tricky variation. But this is how Harsha could have gotten a good position. But he made a mistake here. He went knight c6 and this allowed his opponent to take, keep the extra pawn, and now develop the bishop. Bishop d6, d3, castles. Okay, black does have compensation, Irene, with this bishops lining up here, but it may not be very sufficient.
Yeah, it may not be enough, but again, you see the dynamic of this position. I think this is going to be another 3-result game.
Yeah.
So we will take a look, and I think we know which game we have to look at right now.
Which one?
The second board of women's section.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
You are very, you have a sharp memory. We're going to look at Bulmaga's game because we were thinking whether she would go for that sacrifice or not with knight g6. Has she played it?
It's a second board, so it should be up.
Yeah. Right now, we have...
There you go.
Oh, I think she didn't go for knight
didn't
g6.
Go? Wow.
She actually played bishop takes e7, rook takes c1, rook takes c1, bishop takes e7, check, bishop d8, knight g5. Okay, she's doing it.
Yeah, she's
very well.
Yes. This position. We can see the superiority of white's pieces.
Yes.
Yeah, even in the line that she chose, not the knight g6 line, she's doing very well still. So this is the importance of having a very good dominance over your opponent. You can just pretty much choose any line that you want to play.
Right, and Irene, I think the next threat is to chop this pawn and get in with the queen.
That would be very sweet, yes.
That would be game over. So
and now black cannot castle because it's going to be like one move checkmate.
The checkmate comes from the other end.
Yes.
So the black king is right now in a place where on both ends it's in trouble. if you stay in the center or if you castle, I think it's not going to be easy for Janatul to save this.
Yes, and if you want to kick the rook away from c8 by playing queen b7, you have this tactic rook d8 and knight f7. So, yeah, I agree. This is such a hard position to play.
True. Okay, so this one's going in the way of Irina Bulmaga. We could also have a look at, we were looking at some very interesting battles which were happening. There were some decisive games yesterday. Maybe we can go quickly and sort of do a roundup as to who has chances of staying in the match or who could get knocked out.
Yeah, let's do it. So which game are you thinking on?
Maybe we can look at the decisive ones. Should we start from the open or the women one?
Let's start from the women.
Okay. So we did look at the top boards, but let's start. I mean, Irene is completely dominating on board number 1. She has 2 bishops, beautifully placed. Look at this rook, look at the king, all cornered up, bottled up here, and she is winning.
Yeah, she's winning.
She will win. She'll go to round 2.
She will go to round 2.
Okay. Irina Bulmaga on board 2 also going into
this is going to be a win.
round 2 there against Janatul Firdosh. We then go to board number 3, Injak Teodora versus Sovetbeka Nuray, and in this game we have still a lot of fight. But Injak won yesterday.
Yes.
And so she's also has the bishop pair. We saw this game. The knight came to h5 and chopped this bishop here on g3.
But white didn't castle long as I predicted. Yeah, so maybe I think, I don't know, maybe castle long is quite dubious maybe, but this is something that you have to do in such a situation when you have to win, because this position is very solid for black.
Right. I agree. Right now, Injak, all that she needs is a draw on board 3, and she is doing pretty well. So she very likely will go to the next round. Then we have Wenzel Charlize, this one against Salimova, and Salimova is also doing quite well. She won yesterday, and for now she's slightly better. She's a pawn up. You can take this pawn as black, but somewhere I do get a feeling that this d5 pawn is a little weak. The queen is well positioned. There's problems down here. Should be good for white.
Yeah, it's looking good for white, and the pawn, the isolated queen's pawn on d5 will be the target of attack.
Yeah. Okay, so this one, and then we move on to the game of Leah Garifulina, who is playing under the FIDE flag. She is playing very interesting chess, but her opponent, Darwish Wafia, is also doing very well. Look at the knight she's plonked into d6.
Another outpost of the knight on the center of the board. But white has to be very careful with the army of pawns in the center, d4, e4 and f5, and the knight on e5 itself supporting those pawns. This is going to be a very tough match.
I can actually go and take a pawn, right? This is a free pawn on
this is
e4.
a free pawn, but you just push it to f4. And then trying to mess with the white's king.
and you tell your opponent that this diagonal is now closed forever because the knight cannot be kicked away.
Yes.
Actually, this is a great positional sacrifice.
It is. Even though the computer doesn't really agree, right? And still in white's favor. But I love playing this position as black, just another attacking game.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So Garifulina had one yesterday. She just needs a draw, but I don't think this game is going to end in a draw. It will be a decisive game. Right now, moving towards the moment where something will happen, but it is quite dynamically balanced. Then we go to the game between Hong Tang Trang, whom we were looking at earlier in the day, against Abdi Zinab Dina, And Hong Tang Trang won yesterday. Beautiful endgame.
Beautiful endgame. The bishop versus knight, and much better bishop and very bad knight. Yeah, maybe he had a nightmare before.
Yeah, quite a nightmare there for her opponent. And this one also a nightmarish position because the knight on d6. What a knight! And suddenly you push your pawn, this bishop opens up.
Yes, and the knight on b4 is not really doing anything. The bishop on c8 is again the source of all the bad
suffering.
position. Yeah, this is quite a suffering to play as black, this position.
Right. So this seems like going in the way of Hong Tang Trang. Going to the next board, we are kind of switching a little quickly, but we want to see all the games
Yes.
and what's happening.
There is one result on board 8 of women's section. Ulfia Fatalieva won, and she is through to round 2.
Oh, that's a big result because yesterday she did struggle against Punsalan Vianla
yes.
from New Zealand, who was actually better against her. But today it seems like Fatalieva came out all guns blazing and managed to score this very nice win. She was better, but then at some point she got this very nice bind with this queenside pawn to a5. Now these pawns are fixed. Pawn came up to h5. You play f3, and when g4 was played, takes, bishop h4. Ooh, the nasty pin here. This is so dangerous now.
Yes,
With the rook
yes.
attacking here, takes, the queen came in, and a piece was falling, takes, g4 is hanging. So with that, Fatalieva moves in to the second round, and she will take on Irene is checking.
Yes, she will take on. Ooh, can you guess who?
Monika Soshko?
No, she will take on our Juenjun. Juenjun is Revkova, yeah? Or Nilufar. So this one is
the
still
winner.
waiting. The winner of Sochko versus Noshin Anjum.
So let's quickly look at the game of Sochko because that's on the next board itself. We have Monika Sochko. Yesterday she won her game, but today Anjum Noshin is fighting really hard with the white pieces. But I don't think she can get more than a draw here.
Yeah, this looks very equalish to me. Yes.
Also, like if you can take.
And A5,
Yeah, exactly. Just remove this weakness.
Just remove weakness, yes. Because otherwise, rook A1, and then you will never have a chance to push the pawn anymore.
Right. So then this means that Monika Sochko then plays against Fatalieva in round 2, most likely.
Most likely, yes,
And
correct.
that would be, what a match that would be. Because they both are rated 2400. So that will be a very, very close encounter. Going to the next board, we have Divya Deshmukh, the current Asian champion, just 17 years old, playing against Azhar Puteri from Malaysia. And I think Divya has a great position with black. She won yesterday.
She won yesterday, and now she's doing very well with the black pieces. The bishop on e4 is doing very beautifully there on the center, and yeah, I think she's actually pushing for a win here.
She can also double here, and there's no outpost for the knight because the knight will be kicked off with f6, while the bishop cannot be kicked off easily. So okay. So that means Divya Deshmukh in control. We then go to Olga Badelka against Varela La Madrid. And there we have our camera zoning into the game of Divya. They're playing against Azhar Puteri Munaja. Olga Badelka on the next board is completely crushing her opponent Varela Madrid Tilsia. This is just over.
Yeah, this is going to be very over soon. I think one of the ideas that I like to join Oh wow! I didn't see that fork before, but now I saw it. Okay, then I don't know whether my idea would be relevant or not. But there's like f3 king h2. Sorry, after king f2 and then rook h1,
Oh.
and then trying to get a checkmate on h7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. If it comes to it, I'm sure that Badelka will find it. So Olga Badelka, if she wins, I guess she's already on 1 point in this match and very close to winning. She would be then playing a strong opponent as well. We'll
Yes.
figure it out.
So she will be facing the winner of Garifulina Leia versus Almamari Wafa.
Yeah, so Garifulina, as we just saw, has the better chances there. Yeah, that would be nice, this match. So, second round
Second
would be
round.
such close matches,
Yes.
though. It's
Yes.
not even like, okay, one you can have a favorite. It's already like two 2400s facing off each other.
Yes, yeah, they're already off the same level of the second round, and it's gonna. Yeah, the matches are going to be way more interesting than the first round. I mean, the first round itself is already like this,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I just cannot wait until we come to the second round where it's just gonna be brutal.
Yes, but before we go to the second round, we have a few hours today, but tomorrow we have the tie breaks.
Yes.
And there will be some upsets for sure. But Irene, I've not yet seen that there's a match where a rating favorite is knocked out as such. I think there was this one match where we saw in the women's section where the first game was also won by a lower rated player, and today was also an advantageous position for her. There was this girl, she was doing quite well. Maybe we'll come to that game. I think it was
Alboredo, yeah, I think. Just like, okay, whatever happens, happens, but I'll just play my normal style. I'll just very, I'm not defending, I'm also not attacking. I'm just going to see, okay, what do you have up in your sleeve? And I'll try to anticipate it.
right. So this looks pretty good for Kiolbasa, but look at the time difference. Yeah, that could be something.
That could be a problem, yes.
Yeah.
The time difference.
30 minutes.
Oof. And Kiolbasa only has 12 minutes to complete the second time control. She needs 20 more moves.
Yeah.
12 minutes for 20 moves.
It's not easy. Not easy. We are going to also come under time trouble now. The next board that we have is Sophie Millet against Lina Nasser. And I think Sophie Millet is
Doing very well.
very well.
Yes.
Very well.
The knight on e5 is standing very
Monster.
strongly. Did it come as a Reti opening or
Yeah, I think it came from a Catalan.
a Catalan?
And white gained space on the queen side, in the center, on the king side. Sophie Millet was like, the entire board is mine. And she just played this very well. And right now she is clearly better.
Yes, this looks like quite a comfortable position to play as white. I think she's trying to also stabilize her queen side while focusing on the attack on the king side. And h5 at some point will be
Yes.
pushed at some point.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
let's come back to the open section.
Oh, open. Yeah.
Yes, let's go to the last two boards. We've been following their games between Kartik Venkataram versus Kaidanov. So let's take a look at that game because it was very interesting.
Yeah, and we are going to find Hikaru's opponent from this game that is happening, and what a crazy game we have on our hands right now. This is hanging the knight can take on a7. If you take on f2, I'll just chop this, chop this, chop this, and somewhere if the queen moves away, there could be a potential checkmate on the back rank, but that's not happening for now.
That's not happening because there are rook and the queen protecting the d8 square.
Yes.
But this is such a scary position to play, even for black, you know. I know that black is doing well, but you have to keep watching out of this d8 square, because if you're just too relaxed about it and then forget about it, ooh, checkmate is coming soon.
Right. And by the way, Gregory Caidano has just captured on f2, and I think Karthik will very quickly chop it off. Maybe there is an additional move here, which is to take on h4 directly because the bishop is pinned, but I don't think you would get into that anyway. I mean, you just take, he takes, and takes on h4.
And the pawn, the h3 pawn, I think thanks to this pawn, you know,
yes,
black has to thanking this pawn for all the advantages here, because, well, if you see the king on e8, it looks very, very vulnerable. But thanks to the pawn, this is where all the attacks come from.
True. But you have to be very careful, Irene. Just I was thinking, like, let's say I make a waiting move, it's a terrible move. But if you give a check and I go king h1, thinking that, oh, I'll win this rook, it's suddenly game over here. As you mentioned, the king on e8 is not very safe.
Yes. So instead of pushing to h2, maybe you should have taken on g2. Is it a good move?
Possible, yes. Take here, take here, take
No,
here.
I was thinking to take it with the pawn, actually.
You mean just take with the pawn.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah. Seems also pretty interesting, and I take back.
Yeah, this should still be okay. Man, I'm so worried about that king. Probably.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, probably before taking king f8 could be a quiet move to make before taking on g2. Because we don't have to release the tension on g2 anyway. Just
that's also a nice move. Actually,
and now h2 is the threat.
h2 and then take this guy on f2. True. But I think there are still a few tricks left. Although black is completely winning, there are some tricks left in this game.
So Kaidanov is currently thinking right now, and he should be thinking, because this is not an easy position to play. Yeah,
this is a very, very tough one for him. Do you want to stick with this, or do you want to also look at?
I think, as you mentioned earlier, just to make it easy for our cameraman, let's take a look at the game next to them. It's Harsha Bharatakoti versus Pansulaya Levan.
Who is going to face Magnus next is the question here in this one. Queen b6, I think this one is much more balanced in the sense that Harsha won yesterday and Levan is pushing today.
Yes, as he should be, right? Because a draw and a loss will give him the same result. So wow, this queen b6, this is quite an interesting match as well. Now the question is whether you can do something with your pass pawn on a7, because both of the players here, they have pass pawn on c4 and a7, but are they relevant enough to the position?
True. So I feel that black has one more pawn island, which kind of makes it a little more difficult for him, while white has two pawn islands, which means that positionally white should be slightly better.
And normally having the pawn in the center is better than having it on the flank. So probably that is also why white is a bit better in this position.
I agree. This one looking good for Levan, slightly better for him.
Let's take a look some other games that we. Okay, let me see. Oh, maybe we can take a look this one. There are two representatives from Singapore.
Okay.
Yes, and let's take a look at the game by Tin Ching Yao versus Vladimir Baklan.
Tin Ching Yao, yesterday, did he win this game?
They drew.
They drew.
It was quite a very close match. It was a very even game. I checked it after the commentary. And now Tin is playing white. And a very experienced player, Vladimir Baklan, is playing black. And look at the position. Wow. The king on g8 is quite exposed, yeah? Not too much, but you see all the pawns are already moved. And the knight on e4. This is interesting. This is quite instructive because in a hindsight, I would never guess that this is better for white.
Yeah, I think what white wants to do is kick the knight off and then use this weakness to kind of build pressure on d5 and d6.
I like this knight maneuver. Like if you kick the f3 or f3 and then knight somewhere, and then you can just maneuver the knight to like d2, b1, c3. I think that is a very good place for the knight.
Nice.
Yeah,
very nice, very cool. If that is possible, that would be quite an edge for white here. Tin Jingyao, I think he is going to soon be the first ever player from Singapore to cross 2600 ELO.
Yes, we can see it in the camera. It is Vladimir Baklan just currently got up from his seat, and we see Tin Jingyao.
Yeah, there he is. In fact, I think Zhang Zhong at some point was about 2600, but in the recent times there has been no one in Singapore chess who has reached there. So Tin Jingyao, definitely a big talent.
Yeah, he is a big talent from Singapore, and I think thanks to him there is a quiet chess surge in the country. So it's a good thing, right? And this is what we need. We need some role model for every country to bring the chess higher and higher.
Yeah, the fastest way to grow something is when someone starts doing well, right? Then you start to feel, yeah, okay, if he could do well, maybe we also could do it. And I think that's the way in which chess became popular in the USSR earlier, then right now in India or in Norway as well. For example, everyone looks up to Magnus and it's become so popular.
Yes.
Okay, we have Kevin Gowe Ming, the other player from Singapore. As you mentioned, we have two players, and yesterday he lost to Daniel Darda. By the way, Daniel Darda, very talented youngster from Belgium, and we'll be watching out for him. But today, it seems like Kevin is not going to go away quietly from this tournament. He's fighting hard.
He has to fight hard indeed, and to steal back the 1 point that he needs to force the match into the tiebreak. So this position, he's looking great. I mean, again with the double pawn on the center file, yeah? And this looks like a very good double pawn because it stops the knight on g6 to move to f4. So this is something that I like about chess. You know one principle, but you also have to know another principle that's sometimes clashing to it.
Right, and there we see the view of the playing hall right now, as all the players are, some of them walking around, knowing that they will win their games or are doing well. And yeah, we are back on the board, and you were saying about that the knight cannot come to this square on f4. The double pawns are helping white.
Yes, so the double pawns here is in white's favor. And I'm a bit worried with the knight on a5. So I think the best way is just to sacrifice a pawn by playing knight c6 and hoping that your opponent will take it, and so that you can have a good outpost on d5. Or you can take on b5. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, take. I mean, this protected, and you're right. Now,
knight
sack
c6,
a pawn.
yeah.
Wow, that's a nice suggestion. Take here, open up this square for the knight, even at the cost of a pawn. Of course, right now this is hanging, but even if you played something like b4, I believe knight jumping
just
in.
jump in, yeah.
Amazing.
This is the position that white is needing for the tiebreak. So, yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. I think this position is is great for white.
Yeah.
You know, at some point you can choose where your rook can go, maybe toward the 7th rank or doubling on the f file.
Right. Right. This is very true. The rook can be activated here or on this side. So these are some interesting games. We have, by the way, we are zooming in the camera. Let's just have a look at which board has our cameraman found. By the way, in the distance we see Vitaly Bernatsky playing. Also Ivan Šarić there, really focused against Bucas. I'm interested to see that game as to what has happened between them. Yesterday it was a draw.
It was a draw, yes. Yep.
So maybe we could go to this one where Ivan Šarić against Dante Bucas, and this game just shows that when you have an opportunity against a 2650 player, you must take it, because they are not easy to beat.
Yes, yes, and this position, unfortunately for Bucas, it's just already almost over, because look at white's pieces just dominating, and then the king, where it's I think it's not the time for the king to go around yet. It's time for the rook on a8 and bishop on c8 to move, but unfortunately they're just stuck on where they were.
And this move comes in. Suddenly the knight is attacked, the rook is moving in. Oh my god. Big trouble for Dante Bucas there. I think Ivan Šarić will get the job done.
Yes, I think so too.
And this doesn't. Oh, he comes back with his knight, but now it's a problem of plenty. Would you want to take? I think taking here might just reduce your advantage. Although you get this 7th rank, the bishop can always come out. So
yeah. So I think but this is the position where you can just delay on taking the knight on c6, yeah, because your pair of bishop is just so powerful. So probably it's better to improve some other things, like your pawns, for example. I like this a4 pawn going forward. Yes.
a5 this way.
Yeah, if it's possible. But if not, then at least the bishop on c7 will have a very good outpost on b6. Yeah. So
you could push this pawn forward, or you could push this pawn forward, or you can improve your bishop. I mean, it's already on a nice diagonal. So many things to do here. Ivan will find a way.
Yes, and he has enough time, so he's not really in time trouble. His opponent also, I think they have enough time for 13 moves to come.
Yes. By the way, one game which has become quite, it's I think come to an end almost, is Jawakhir Sindarov on board number 5 against Rehan Deng Cipriano. The pawn is just moving forward. There is c2 and c1 coming in. I think we came to this board just at the right time. They are signing the score sheets, which means that Jawakhir Sindarov has made it. And Irene, who is he playing next?
He will be playing the winner of Karim Wargiev versus Marcus Rager.
Wow. So Marcus is definitely the stronger player of the two.
Yes,
so
the favorite.
Could be that he faces Rager in the next round, which will be a tough match.
It's going to be very close match.
Because Rager at some point was 2700 plus.
Yes.
A very top player from Austria. Okay, so this is done. We can also quickly look at our board 4. Rupesh Jaiswal fighting very well against Gadir Gusenov. After 26 moves to have an equal position is not easy.
Yes, and to see that the favorite is actually down to 13 minutes versus 29 minutes. So Gusenov has been taking his time in dealing with such a position.
Yes. Board number 4 here between Rupesh Jaiswal and Gadir Gusenov is equal. If Gusenov makes a small error, then maybe Rupesh has some chances. But for now, it is equal, and yesterday Gusenov had won, so he is the favorite to move ahead in the tournament.
But he still needs about 4 moves to make in order to offer a draw. If he wants the shortcut, but obviously I think his opponent wouldn't take the offer, and then will just keep fighting on.
Yeah, and also I was thinking, what is the way in which black can continue? He has 2 pawn pushes. One is to push the pawn to a5 to weaken this structure. The other is to push the pawn to f4.
Yep, but be careful with pushing the pawn, especially the f4 pawn, because that might be weak in the future. So you have to calculate, you have to take into account all possible scenarios. But it means that if you push it like this, then the c5 pawn is kind of hanging,
Yeah, you can't take it right away because e5 hangs. But then you could weaken this pawn as well and then try to take some c5.
So there's some concrete calculation to be made.
Yes, and right now Rupesh is thinking about it, and he seems to be doing well. He can be actually quite happy about the way he has played in this tournament. He fought well yesterday, and today also he's doing quite well. On board number 3, Saleh has a very big advantage against Abera Gezashiu. There you see Abera gets his knight up.
It has to
no,
be.
maybe he moved his.
He took the knight and
he sacked an exchange here. But I think maybe it was forced.
Yeah, the rook has nowhere to go. So he had to do it. And after knight f4, I think the queen has just to go simply to f5 back.
Yeah. Queen f5, queen. Oh, he goes queen e5.
Queen e5, yeah, this is also
cool.
good.
Because if knight g6, there is rook takes f2.
Yes, and if white is not doing anything, I think you can take on b2, or maybe simpler is just to queen e3 or queen d4.
Trade queens. Nice.
Just trade the queen, and because you already are exchange up. And we see on the women's section, board number 1, Irene Roberts has won her game, and she is through to the
second round. She managed to win her game quite smoothly, and here she won. I think she was a pawn up, and her opponent was like, that is enough now. In fact, she's exchange up as well, pawn and exchange up.
Yes, and her opponent for the next round is already known. It's a woman grandmaster, Mona Khaled from Egypt. Mona Khaled won the bye against Alexandra Malsevskaya.
Right. So by rating, you can say that Irene has another round which is not so tough for her.
Yes. But you never know. Her opponent already have a very well-rested days. Yes, and Ellen has fought 2 tough games so far. And yeah, I think it's going to be like something that we can take a look. So what happened on the second board of women's section?
On second board, I think Irina Bulmaga was winning, and I believe she took the game to its logical conclusion there. There you have it. The queen has moved into d5, and Janatul is losing here.
Yes, and she also has 3 extra pawns. That is something that you shouldn't miss, Sagar. It's 3 pawns up. Oh wow, that's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, she's 3 pawns up, and also there are checks coming in. Pawns are pushing forward. The knight can easily come out. So this is looking good for Irina. She'll move to the next round, and she might face
the winner of Wafa Shahenda versus Narva Mai. So I think by rating favorite, I think the next will be Irina Bulmaga versus Narva Mai from Estonia.
And Narva is a strong player, right?
Yeah, she's very strong. I think she's the number 1 player from Estonia.
Okay. And should we quickly have a look at the game? Maybe we can go like in order, but there are also some games where I think there were draws or something of that sort, or there were some upsets. Or should we just go to the next one? Maybe we look at Injak.
Yeah,
Injak
let's take a look at Injak.
Soviet Bekova Nurai. This is a tense game.
This is wow. And both players, they are down to 16 minutes and still needing about 9 moves more.
Yeah.
Oh, and not 9, 19.
19 moves.
19. In my mind, I just need to get 30 and then overdraw. That's why. No, we need 40 moves to make to the time control and gaining another 30 minutes for the rest of the game.
This is going to be interesting. After the pawn push to d5, d takes c5 by Soviet Bekova. She's taken on c5. And now you can take back with the bishop or with the pawn. Let's see what Injak Theodora takes with. Have you played with Injak before?
Yes, it was actually in Olympiad in Chennai last year.
Okay.
Yeah, our team drew, I think 2-2, or we won. I can't remember, but I won the game against her.
You won. Oh, amazing. And she is the current Serbia #1?
Yes.
Wow. Amazing. Okay, let's go to the next board, because right now she is thinking, okay, you take here, I take here, you take here, then you have the hanging pawns.
Yeah, this is always interesting. This question has never been really answered, whether having the 2 hanging pawns in this type of pawn structure or in this type of position is a weakness or a strength. So it's really depending on the moves that you're going to play next, because this, I won many games like this with black, but I also lost sometimes too. And as white, sometimes you don't like to play against these 2 hanging pawns, but sometimes you like them too, because essentially these 2 hanging pawns are weaknesses. But if they can be very well supported with other pieces, they can be a real strength.
Right, and she has gone for the hanging pawns there. We have b takes c5 on the board. And by the way, we have Jules Moussard on the screen. I want to quickly go and check his game yesterday. He drew his battle against his opponent from Uganda. But today, no such thing is happening.
He's not giving any chance to his opponent this time. Jules probably feel, okay, that's enough. Yesterday was enough. I will never repeat it again. I'm not going to give any chance. And now going straight for a possible checkmate along the G file.
Yeah, the king could just move away. The rook can join in, and that would be curtains. Irene, I think first rounds is a very important time when a player has to strike.
Yes.
Because many times the top players are a little shaky. They are not in their groove. And if you can take advantage of that. But once you don't do that, they keep getting stronger on each day.
Yes, because they already warmed up. I think that's a very important aspect of good performance as well.
Yeah.
You need a really good warm up. So for those top players who will be joining the rest of the players on the second round, I'm a bit worried about them, because these players who are through from the first round, they already have pretty interesting, tough games as exercises. Yeah,
Right.
and they already are warmed up, so it's gonna be very hard to play for the first game for the top seeded.
Absolutely right. So this is definitely an important thing to remember. If you are going to a tournament and ever playing and you're going to face a higher rated opponent in the first round, this is your chance, because they are still a bit rusty.
And wait a moment, look at what just happened on the board. It's
Ooh.
bishop h3. And
And
don't
if
you dare taking that bishop, because checkmate is going to be delivered soon on g7. So Oh, there's always some trick. Even though black was much better, black still has to be very careful. There's always some tricks here and there.
Yeah, and now after bishop h3, the knight simply drops back. Good move by Jules Moussard. He's just defending the bishop here, and piece up. He has, if you count the number of pieces, black has an extra piece.
Yes, and plenty of pawns as well.
Absolutely. And I was just thinking, Irene, if we should go and check the game of the youngest participant of this event,
Edis Gurel.
Edis Gurel,
Let's do it.
because he had won his game yesterday, but today
Ooh, he's
He
having
is-
such a bad day at the office.
yeah, he's in trouble. He is in big trouble, but for now he's attacked this rook. But that doesn't seem enough.
Queen c3, probably attacking the f6 and defending the rook on f3.
And if you go rook f8,
That is
it's still not like straightforward to simply crash in. But I think rook f4 with the idea of knight e4
yeah,
looks very powerful.
yeah. This looks really bad, and I think we will see them in the tiebreak, which is going to be very interesting
Yeah.
because these two young players, they just they will give it all out in order to proceed to the next round. And with the shorter time control, I just expect like a very dynamic chess, tactical, aggressive, and it's gonna be very interesting to watch as well.
Right. By the way, one of the experienced players of this tournament, Ilya Smirin, has won his game with the white pieces, and he actually checkmated his opponent. Wow.
Did he?
Yeah, he managed to checkmate his opponent with this last move, knight to c3, giving a check with his bishop. The king can't go to any of these squares, and so he managed to win, and he has equaled, the
He
match.
equalized the score, and they are going for the tiebreak tomorrow.
Wow. So great fighting spirit shown by Ilya Smirin there. He has reached the tie breaks after losing the first game. There is also a few games I want to just quickly look at. The one is Gaddem Bailey Abdullah versus Samshidin Wakhidov. Yesterday they drew their game.
And now they drew again.
And they drew again.
Wow.
Before 30 moves.
See, I told you it will be more than how many tiebreak games did you predicted before?
20.
20. I think it will be more than that.
Yeah?
Yeah. It should be plenty because we've seen many close matches.
I also said plenty, not 20. Okay.
Well, 20 is plenty, yeah?
So that seems, yeah, you're right. Could be more. What about Maxime Lagarde? Maxime is actually, did he win his game yesterday?
Maxime Lagarde, right?
Yeah.
With Maxime.
And
Okay, there you
he
go.
drew with Santiago. Today he is winning his game. Not winning, but definitely better, positionally doing very well. And if Maxime manages to win his battle, he will face Pragnananda in the next round.
Yes. Well, but this is an opposite colored bishop, and many believe that this looks like close to a drawn endgame. But again, it could be the wrong assumption, because like this opposite colored bishop is very interesting to play and very dangerous as well. I'd like the maneuver of the knight going to b4. So c2 b4.
Oh, b4, yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking of putting it on f4, but I think you are much better idea here to put it on b4
Yeah, but I thinking f2 is something that we have to play first.
to stop rook coming in.
Exactly, and then the knight can be maneuvered to
Then the knight goes here,
b4, and at some point bishop d4.
and then chop this guy,
Exactly.
and then this pawn becomes weak.
Yeah, when it is knight versus bishop with a pawn up on the board, I think it's not going to be a very difficult match for Maxime Lagarde.
Right. This is very cool. Very nice plan suggested here. We also have on our screen Atiban. Yesterday he was in big trouble against his opponent, maybe we can quickly have a look at his
Yes.
game.
Yep.
Adiban is playing here. Let's see, against Henderson, La Fuente, and ooh,
This looks a very equal position again. In
very
the end
equal,
game.
but I think it's not a draw yet, right?
No,
they
it's
would
not.
fight.
They will fight. And who is going to get a win? I don't know yet. I think both are still fighting for a win.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it's possible because Bishop on c5 is looking very
Yeah,
good.
very good piece, very good.
Yes, and
And this is weak.
that is weak, but this is the end game with queen and knight. So some people prefer queen and knight versus queen and bishop.
If the knight could reach here, that would be very, very powerful. But
And-
the knight is not well placed.
But that is actually a very feasible plan. Sagar, knight h2, knight f1, knight g3, knight h5, and whenever you are attacking on f2, I can always have queen f3, for example.
Oh.
So this is something that black has to keep in mind, yeah, because if he loses control over this maneuver, that's going to be game over.
Right. So let's just say if we go here and
And
he
takes,
chops,
yeah.
gives a pawn. We are okay with giving up a pawn.
No, I thought this is a very good plan, but I think you shouldn't play it right away.
But also because here bishop d6
Yeah.
stops knight g3 from coming in. So you're right. Maybe we need to time it better.
Yes, but this is a very it's a grand plan that white can do over the board.
Yeah, a grand plan on the board now. We'll see if Adiban does that, or does the game end in a draw. We would have another tie break then that we'll see. We are looking at the playing hall right now. It is what, 3 hours since we began commentating?
3 hours already.
And the hall is quite full yet. Everyone's fighting to
Yeah.
win. No one's like, oh, we're not going to go back. We want to fight.
Yeah, I'm not leaving yet. I want to stay here still.
By the way, on our screen, we can see Pyrun Kasper on the far left there. Pyrun yesterday was in big trouble against Acosta Pablo Ismail from Argentina, and today also under some pressure. He is. This Argentinian player is playing so well.
Yes, absolutely. And fighting because, well, it's a long way from Argentina to Baku, Sagar. You have to make use of it. You have to maximize everything you got.
Nice. That is true. That is true. By the way, in our chat, someone did mention that Bernatsky, his game is very sharp against Temur Kuibakarov. We can quickly have a look there because yesterday, did they draw their game?
I think they drew their game. Yeah, I can check the.
So, and we have news in that Etienne Bakro won his
Yes.
game, so he is now qualified. By the way, yeah, it was a draw yesterday, so whoever wins today, and Bernatsky is completely winning.
No, it's Kuibakarov. is completely winning.
Kuibakarov, sorry, my
Yes.
mistake. Kuibakarov is completely winning against Bernatsky.
Yes, and Bernatsky only has 5 minutes to complete the remaining moves to the time control. He still needs 20 moves to make.
Yeah, I just wanted to very quickly check. It was the Karo Khan. And Bernatsky played it a little too risky fashion by pushing there, winning a piece. But Kuibakarov says, no problems.
It will be one back.
Yeah, I'm just ready to play a piece down. Check, king here, rook d1.
Wow, this is such an interesting game. Look at
Bishop
the king.
c1.
And now giving up 2 pieces, yeah? Oh, still, no, sorry. 1 piece. Knight b5.
No, this game actually can be used as a very instructive one. When you don't develop your pieces, what happens?
Yeah.
It's just game over.
The rook on h8, the bishop on f8, they're not really doing anything. And now the king is being harassed.
Yeah. So Kuibakarov from Australia will beat Bernardsky and will move to the next round where he'll face Yu Yangyi.
Yu Yangyi, a very tough opponent from China. So I think he's already looking forward to it. Yeah, I think during the game right now he's already thinking about his next game against Yu Yangyi.
True. This one I think will be going down in his favor. It doesn't seem like Bernardsky would be able to hold here. There's one game that is an important one. By the way, which is this game that we have on our screen? Is it a Wonder Liang on the screen or?
No, I don't think so.
Someone else. I don't think it's Bernardsky on the screen, but yeah, there was one request that we had to look at the game of another young talent from, by the way, Salem Saleh won on board 3, so he won 2-0. Young talent
2-0.
from Azerbaijan, Aydin Suleimanli.
Oh.
And he's playing against Zhu Yinglun from China. So a very tough opponent for Aydin. And Aydin is currently pawn up. Yesterday, they I think Aydin and Zhu Yinglun, did they draw their game?
Yeah, they did draw their game.
And Aydin has actually won the Aeroflot Open before.
Wow.
At the age of just 14 years, he won Aeroflot A group. Isn't that insane?
Since I was very young, I knew Aeroflot is a very tough tournament. Yeah, I mean, not only about the tournament itself that's being, there's so many good participants, 2,700, 2,600, but also it is in the middle of winter. I remember I played one of I think it was Moscow Open, and then the degrees dropped until like -25, -30 Celsius. So, yeah, wow.
Yeah, and this boy, I think, has been improving very rapidly. He's at an ELO of 2586. I actually first saw him when he came to India to play the World Youth Championships. He was just crushing it over there. Like, he was beating his opponents very easily. He's kept improving, and right now a lot of hopes on his shoulders at the World Cup. But somehow, do you think the clocks are a little bit messed up? Because you can't have 1 hour, 7 minutes still left.
That is possible, right? Yeah. There might be some error with the clock, or maybe it is without the 1 hour. Maybe they have like 6 minutes and 21 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, right. Could be. And on your screen right now, you can see Sanal Wahab. He is from Turkey. Another player who's doing very well. Very quickly, if we see Sanal is playing against Kojul. Oh, there we have Irina Bulmaga wins her game against her opponent from Bangladesh, and Irina qualifies to the next round.
So Irina Bulmaga won against Janatul Ferdous from Bangladesh. And we have also a few results from the open section. Ivan Chaparinov drew his game, so he's through to the second round.
Oh, Ivan drew?
Ivan drew, yes. And Bakrov won his game, also through to the second round. Salem Saleh, as you mentioned, also won his game, going to second round. Javorkir Sindarov won against Rehan Deng, also through to the second round. And we have Fresine Lauren against Jabri Masinas, and Fresine is also proceeded to the second round.
Oh, he won.
He won, yes.
Okay.
And Injik Alexander has won his game against Zaibi Amir, and also through to the second round. Wow, there's so many decisive games happened at this round. And yeah, this is such a interesting matches so far. And Kuberkarov Timur has already won. Apparently, they already shook hands.
Oh.
Bernatsky already
So he
resigned.
qualifies.
He qualifies, and he will face Yu Yang Yi. And there is also another upset by Shitko Ivan from Moldova beating Mamedov Nijat from Azerbaijan. They drew their game yesterday, and today Shitko Ivan won. So he is also through to the next round.
Wow, that's a big result actually. And Shitko Ivan is from Moldova.
Mm-hmm.
And his opponent just, Nijat Mamedov, just resigned.
Yeah, this looks quite hopeless.
Well, Rook F8 is coming in, and then there is a mate on G7 with the bishop looking here. So, big win here for Ivan Shitko. G5 was such a classy move.
Ooh, I like it. Oh, Queen G6 and then Knight D6. Look at that move. Knight D6.
Yeah, brilliant. Just take here,
And takes on F8, yeah?
take and mate next move. So,
That's really nice. Knight D6 and then Rook has to go then. Oh, Rook F4. Okay, takes and takes. Yep. Game over. That's how it should be done. Nice. And then so far, we have some other results from the women's section as well.
okay.
Badelka Olga won against Varela La Madrid Delcia, and I think she should be through to the next round. I think she also won the game from yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, she also won the game
So-
from yesterday, so she won 2-0. And then we have Ule Mali Jade has won another game against Xiao Yi.
So she qualifies
She
2-0.
qualifies. Yeah, she qualifies with 2-0. And we have Bifol Alina won against Zhang Jilin from Australia, and it's also another 2-0 match.
Oh,
Yes.
but I'm very interested to see if Ule just crushed her opponent, or she just
She
won
had
it,
a better position.
She had a better position.
Yes, she had a better position. And we also have another result. It's Frina drew the second game against Medina Aulia. So it means Medina is through to the second round versus
Yeah, because she
Sarah
won
Kadam.
yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
So she'll face Sarah Khadem.
Aulia Medina will face Sarah Kadam on the next round. And then there's also another result by Rahmangulova Anastasia versus Radeva Victoria. Radeva won her game today, and yesterday she lost.
Oh,
so we
so
saw a tiebreak there.
There's a tie break.
There's a tiebreak there. So tomorrow they will both play again against each other. Anastasia Ramangulova versus Victoria Radeva. And the winner of their match will be facing Maria Muzichuk.
Ooh.
This is going to be very hard and tough match.
Yeah, this is going to be very important for both of them. And we have more and more tie breaks that we are witnessing. A lot of fights also. Those who lost yesterday came back today. It's not like they all collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
What about Jennifer Yu? She lost her game yesterday.
Yes, and she's trying to fight back. But I think, unfortunately,
She is in trouble.
She's in trouble, yes. So I think this match could have been, this match could have won by Ordas Valdez. And if she drew this round or win this one, then she will be facing Goryachkina Alexandra.
Wow, that's a big matchup for Ordas. And also Jennifer Yu. Does she have any chances now? It seems very tough because her pawns are weak. And I think the d5 pawn is falling right now. If you take you may not be able to take this straight away because of knight f4. Oh, but her opponent has played the move knight to f5. which may not be the best.
But Sagar, if Jennifer had a chance to go into a tie break, you know what might happen? Because in the last US championship, women's championship, Jennifer was also in tie break with
Yes.
Irina Crush.
And she won.
And she won.
She's very good at tie breaks, huh?
Exactly. She just gave her bishop but still won the tie break. So that's amazing. Like, that was that game was actually, apart from giving the free bishop, it was such a very dynamic game, very tactical. Like, okay, I gave my bishop for free, but I will attack you regardless.
Oh.
And that's what happened, and that's how she got the title in April last year.
So two-time US champion just facing a tough time in this match against Cuban Teresa Ordaz. It seems she's just played her bishop to f8. I think that seems like the most logical move.
That
to
is
play.
possible, yeah. But the pawn on d5, isn't it hanging? Oh, but you have to take on f8 first.
Yeah. If you take here,
And the knight is under attack.
well,
no, it's not really.
defended. So, but if you take, there is already g2 hanging. So, it is getting complex here for
Yes.
Ordaz, and we, as you said, Jennifer Yu is a big fighter.
Very fighting.
She won't give up easily.
Yep. And this game is still very much playable. So yeah, just keep fighting, keep trying more tricks. Don't give up yet, because there are still many tricks up on her sleeve.
Yeah.
So I think we have another. Do we have another result? Yeah, so far everything is still in place. And what happened after bishop f8? I saw what players just moved.
Yeah, I don't know if she's played her move yet, but very logical seems to take.
Yep. We have another result. It's between Subuga Haruna from Uganda versus Jules Mussart from France. And Jules won the second game, and he's through to the second round.
Yeah, he's through. Oh, by the way, they've taken on f8, rook takes f8, and then the knight has jumped back to e3. Like rook f8, knight e3, attacking the rook and also the pawn. And now it's very, very critical that you play rook e4. That's the only move. And once you play there, if c takes d5, trying to win this pawn, you jump in with knight to f4, hitting this knight, and after rook takes h2, h6, there is knight takes g2. So there are all these very, very crazy lines that are happening on the board. Let's see, after knight e3, what did Jennifer Yu play? It's also time trouble scenario, 2 minutes 34 seconds. She goes rook e4. She finds it, I believe.
I think so too. And everyone is shaking at the moment. Look at that.
A nice shot there.
Nice shot for the cameraman. Everyone is shaking. I think, yeah, with only 10 minutes on the clock and 9 moves to go, or 10 moves to go. Yeah, you don't really have much time. And this is not a very simple position to think. And yeah, I think it's a very common attitude for chess players. Don't you notice that most of chess players, they're just trying to shake their legs?
I'm shaking my legs even while commentating. It's a habit which I have inherited from my chess playing days. Even when I'm working at home, I'm shaking. I don't know. Does it happen to you?
Yeah, it does happen to me too. But when I realize what I'm doing, I try to, stop myself. And especially this is some common tip as well, because sometimes when you're shaking like that, you're actually disturbing your opponent. So it's better when you're shaking not to touch the board or the table at all, because otherwise it will be shaken too. And this is not an approved behavior, I would say.
Right.
Because you are let's say your opponent was thinking and then everything was shaking, right? And then it will disturb them. So if you couldn't really prevent yourself from shaking, then just shake by yourself. Like on the chair, not touching anything, and then just shake.
Nice. Okay. Point taken. Knight f4, hitting the knight, rook, and the pawn here. What will Ordas do here? Will the pressure get to her? Or
I'm feeling pressured. Look at the eval bar right now. It's equal.
It's equal.
It was +2 for white before, and just within a few moves, black equalizes.
Yeah, the rook goes back to h2. And now I think she can take back with the knight pinning here. But you know, the problem with Jennifer Yu is that she needs to win. A draw is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah, she needs to win.
And the position is equal. So still, Ordas better here.
Yeah, the shaking continues. Do you know whether it's very cold in the playing room or not? Because
I think it's different for different players. Some players did complain yesterday that it's a little too cold for them, but not everyone.
not everyone, yeah?
Yeah, it also depends from which country you are. Like, for
That's
example,
true.
I think definitely you or me would find it a little cold because it's not as cold in Indonesia or India. But I'm sure that someone who's coming from certain countries where it snows or high up in the north, they would find it okay.
Yep. Sagar, before we're going to have another break, please take a look at the game between Fasif Durabali versus Figueiredo Lasada, because Fasif is the only player here in the World Cup that is doing the recap of his own game.
Really?
Yes. And
Until Hikaru starts playing.
that's another story. Yes, so far, Fasif is the only one who is doing the recap, and it's actually fascinating me. You know, you'd like to share your view in the middle of the tournament, not afraid that your opponent might take some point or two out of your recap. You know,
What did he do yesterday?
he drew.
He drew. And today also the game is very hard fought because he has weaknesses. Black also has some weaknesses. It does look like a sharp game.
It does look to me like they're going for a tie break. Yes.
Quite
Because
possible.
yeah, but Fasif has some time edge, yeah, 16 minutes versus 5 minutes, and but they already passed the time control.
No, yeah.
They
just
did, yeah.
passed,
So they actually had another 30 minutes added to their clock.
Right.
So can we take a look? My countryman, Megaranto Susanto. So we already have one Indonesian through to the second round, Medina Warda Aulia. And now in the open section,
It might not be good news
it
here.
is not good news at all.
Yeah, looks difficult here because he is losing his game to Sergei Azarov. Right now, materially, he's doing pretty okay. Megaranto, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a pawn and a rook for 2 minor pieces. But his main issue is that his king is misplaced. The minor pieces are very active, and fantastic move, h5. Because if you take here, then after long castle, it's already rook is coming in, and with this bishop taking the pawn, the knight jumping in, it's great activity.
Yes, this looks like lost to me already. Yeah, such a pity, because I think I know why Megaranto is losing.
He doesn't have his knights.
Exactly. No knights, no win.
True.
So yeah, but I mean, Azarov himself is a very strong player, so I think this is quite a close match between them two. And wow, so if Azarov wins this one, then the next one he will go against
Arjun
Erigaisi. Yeah.
Yeah. Quite a strong opponent there, Arjun, 2700 plus. We see a few games there going on. Let's just quickly check the women's section. We have there Divya Deshmukh in the background. We can quickly see what she's up to. The current Asian champion. She was better and she is still better. Yesterday she won, so she'll most likely make it to the second round. We also have Leia Garifulina, and she is right now under some pressure. Irene, this is going to be interesting.
Wow.
Because Leia Garifulina is one of the best players right now playing there. And her opponent is rated nearly 450 points below her. Sorry, 550. She's 1850 rated from UAE. Al Mamari, Wafia Darwish, and she's pressing.
Yeah, this looks a very good position for White. So let's hope that she continues playing well and force the match into tiebreak.
Yeah. Well, will be very tough to convert this position against someone as strong as Garifulina, but this has been great effort, and this is what we take away from the first round of the World Cup. We see players who, even when I read some of our chats, people are saying, how are 1800 rated players allowed in this tournament and so on? But guys, they are at that rating because of lack of opportunities. And when they get to play against strong players, look at them, how they're fighting.
They're showing their teeth now, right? Yeah, opportunities is all what they're needed. So, okay, good for her. I really like to see this type of fighting spirit. And, and Leia just moved. What did she move there in the camera? It
Maybe
shows
D3. She pushed her pawn forward, perhaps. No, not really. She went knight F6. But now, if Darwish manages to find this little pawn push move, F4, that would be amazing. Because here, if you take, now the bishop has opened up, and maybe you defend this pawn and threaten bishop b7. It's not easy to find this, but maybe she can.
It is necessary to bring the bishop too, right? Because before, the bishop is kind of sheltered, and this f pawn needs to be pushed. And there you go. You'll have your bishop break free.
Yes. She has 3 minutes, 58 seconds now, but the time has... they've just reached 40th move, so maybe she'll think a lot because she gets an additional 30 minutes as well.
Yes, I think this is the right time for her to think carefully because one move here really matters a lot. So f4 has to be played, yeah? But what after f4 and then rook takes c7, Sagar?
Oh, you mean to f4? Just take the pawn?
Take the pawn, so you should
But then I takes
and it takes on g5, yes. Yeah.
And
so
then these two pawns are very powerful.
Yes, so you give up the c7 pawn in order to get another pawn on g5 and then a very good pass pawn on f file.
Yeah, so we are waiting for Darwish to play her move here. This is an important moment. If Wafia Darwish finds a good move in this drawish position, she might be able to win.
Indeed,
okay,
yes.
the line could go like f4, g takes, rook c1, threatening bishop b7, knight e8 to attack this further, rook takes d4, and now if you take here, you take with the knight perhaps, and I go g4 with still some great chances of kind of trying because the f4 is hanging.
Yeah, but okay, luckily for her, she already hit the time control, so she could... Whoa, what did she do?
She went rook c1 directly.
Did she?
Yeah, rook c1. And now the only way for Leia to be in the game is to play d3, d2 and distract one of the rooks. Oh no, she didn't go rook c1, she went rook d1. Oh, so that's a big surprise actually, because now black can just take the pawn. So perhaps it's not so bad for Garifulina.
Yeah, white still retains some advantage, but it's kind of diminishing a little bit right now.
Yes.
Yes, f4 would have been the correct move to play, but it's not so easy because there are so many things to calculate after that. And
By the way, one very interesting game which yesterday ended in a draw is Marina Brunello playing against Priyanka Nutakki, and you know the winner of this game will take on Koneru Hampi. So again, both very equally rated players. Marina is 2-3, 2-4, while Priyanka Nutakki is 2-2, 9-3. And it seems like black is better because black has the two bishops, although the best move was played queen e1. The queen might want to enter down the e file from somewhere.
yes, and this is move 38, so black needs another 3 moves to make. And yeah, I agree, this is better for black, but it's very, very slightly better only, and anything can still happen. Don't forget, you have a knight on the board, so this knight can be very tricky in the end game.
Yeah, I agree. This is still not clear, but this will be an important one. Should we quickly go and check what's happening with Jennifer Yu? We did see that game.
Let's do it.
It was interesting. Jennifer Yu against Ordaz. She did sacrifice a piece here. So after c takes d5, g3, good move by Ordaz, d4, takes here, and now rook d3. And I think what Teresa is doing here is that she's not letting Jennifer run away with the advantage, and I think she'll be able to hold this.
Yes, I think she realizes what happened, that it is almost impossible for her to win the second game. So, but a draw is sufficient enough to make her through to the second round. So yes, so I think she'll be able to hold this for sure.
Right.
And we have another result.
Which one?
It's Huan Tan Trang.
She won, yes?
She won against Abdi Zinabdina, I think already as expected before.
Yeah, she was doing very well right from the opening.
And Monica Sochko drew her second games against Noshim Anjum, and as she won the first game yesterday, so Sochko is going through to the second round. And we have Narfa Mai from Estonia drew her second game, and I think it is also sufficient enough for her to go to the second round. And we have Serik by Asel.
Oh, did she win?
She wins, so she forced the.
She forced a playoff.
Yeah, she was forced it to the tie break tomorrow against Pauline Guichard.
Because she
from
had
France.
lost yesterday.
Yes, so it's very interesting so far. Yeah, all these matches, and we have Mamadova Gulnar won against Nguyen Thi Mai Hung. What happened to them yesterday? Mamadova, I think we saw the game a little bit. Oh, so Mamadova, yeah, they drew yesterday. So Mamadova is through to the second round, and she will be facing very strong Georgian grandmaster Nino Baciashvili.
Yeah, the Azeri players are very motivated. I don't know if anyone has been knocked out yet. They're all doing well in this tournament.
Yes. One was almost get knocked out by lost by default.
Oh, Eltat
But
Safar.
luckily he won yesterday,
Yes.
so tomorrow he will play the tiebreak.
I think he is staying in his home here. So, not in the
Possibly,
hotel. That's
yes.
the reason why he was late. I think there was one game which we was looking at the start of the day, which was Corey Daisy. She had lost yesterday, right?
That's true.
Alboredo,
Julia.
But today the fighter Corey is coming back. She
And
is better.
Wow. Yes, she's an exchange up.
Yes.
She just needs a way on how to get away with the rook. Where should this rook go? Okay, G2 is
G2. She'll just take this.
yes, but bishop f1 maybe is the next move, and then maybe bishop b5, yeah?
makes a lot of sense to
Yes.
trade this bishop. And so white is just not in time. If she could take this pawn and come back, she was fine.
Yes.
But there's no time. The rook escapes. And this is winning for Corey Daisy. She's better. Again, another tie break going to be forced. I think also when it happens like you've lost the game yesterday and then today is the second game, even the player who's leading is sometimes shaky because they know that they're going to qualify, and it does put a lot of pressure.
Yes, yes. And this is the dangerous time to be, because then if you get your nerves into you and then it affects the way you play, that you might make some mistakes, make some blunder, and then there you go, poof, lost your chance. Right?
Absolutely. And I think we did see that the little boy Edis Gurel did lose today against Ivic. So that also will go into the tie breaks. There we see Corey Daisy on your screen playing with the black pieces there. She is in control.
And on the camera, we see in the far end, it is Yakubayeva Niluvar,
Oh,
I
okay.
think the only representative in the women's from Uzbekistan, versus Eva Repkova from Slovakia. They drew their game yesterday.
Okay.
And now Eva is pressing.
So Eva is on the far end, yes?
Yes.
And she is pressing her game here because... But, the problem is that if you go check and take the knight, then white takes the knight as well.
Yes.
So, could we go like... Okay, let's see. Check, king here, take, and then this rook endgame could be reached.
Yeah, it could be reached, but I think it's better to keep the knight on the board and try to win the b3 pawn without exchanging anything. So, some moves were made. What did they do?
I think she went and chopped the knight.
She
gave a
went to
check.
go for the knight. I see. Which is good too. Yeah, rook e1, rook e1, king g2 takes on b1, and then go for the rook's endgame. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you're playing for now just 2 results. It's a very pleasant situation to be in. Also, Eva Repkova is from Slovakia. Very, very strong player. Has won multiple events. And she is also mother to Christopher Repka, who's a grandmaster.
Yeah, it's a one big chess family. Yeah, with a lot of chess blood in them.
Okay, so right now
You see,
the playing hall
it's a little bit empty.
Slightly
yeah?
empty now.
Half empty.
Mm.
Yeah, people are already leaving and finish the game. Some already preparing for the tiebreak tomorrow. Some are packing their bags home. Yeah, and some is preparing for the second round. So we have 3 types of players currently at the official hotel right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, it's been very interesting, yeah, but I think it is another cue for us to take another break. Yes, so don't go anywhere. The round 1 game 2, it's just going to be way more interesting from now on, so we will
be back, and we'll actually inform them about all the results.
Yes.
that will take place today.
Okay, so see you in a bit.
So I'm joined by one of my favorite players in the tournament, Rehan Deng Cipriano from South Sudan. Rehan, you've traveled a long way to get to Baku to the World Cup. Tell us about your travels and about your game today against Sindarov.
Thank you for having me. First of all, as you mentioned, I'm Rehan from South Sudan, and it's the first experience for me as South Sudan to come and play in World Cup. I was here before in 2016 in Baku Olympiad. My rating is 21.47, and my opponent was 26, and is was a winner of Chennai Olympiad.
He was one of the 4 or 5 players who won with Uzbekistan the Chennai Olympiad. You're right.
Yes, so he won the Olympiad in front of those of Caruana and all those great players. All of them are there. So I just came here, long way from South Sudan, to compete, though he's 26 and he's superstar, and 21, but nothing impossible in chess. So we just came, and I try. The guy is very tough.
Did you have chances in the games?
First game I have a chance because I try to play out of book, because when he's still young and he knows Yuri more than me, and he's a GM. So if I like to go with Yuri, he's no more than me, his knowledge in the Yuri. So I just try to play out of book. At least I can surprise him. In the first game, I play fine, but I just blunder in 1-2 moves, so he win. Today also, the idea is to attack him from the beginning, and then he grabbed one pawn up to the end, and then he would finish.
I saw you in a rook ending at the end. It didn't look good. Tell me about chess in South Sudan. Is it booming because of the chess boom in the world? Tell us a bit about how it works there. Are there many tournaments? Do you have chances to compete internationally, or at least in the rest of the African continent?
In fact, we have a lot of young talent people. As I grown up without coach, we are the one that have to, we just go and play. If you just have a chance to go through internet, seeing games, learning opening without coaching, we have a lot of good talent. We have, I think now we have 2 FM, and they're very tough, they're very strong and still young. The issue is about the support and the resources. In South Sudan, generally, we are the more sport that they have fun is basketball and football. So chess is something behind. No one is looking at it. That's why all the time we want to mobilize resources to support us, but we used to fail because the answer used to be the chess is a minor game in our country.
Rehan, hopefully someone in South Sudan will see this interview, see the passion you have for the game, and hopefully there will be a boost. And next year is the Olympiad in Budapest. So I hope to see you there with the rest of the team.
I have to see you too, and thank you for having me again, and thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your experience.
Thank you.
So my next flash interview this afternoon is with top Grandmaster from France, Laurent Fressinet. Laurent, welcome to the interview zone, and tell us about your game today and what happened in the 2-match game against your opponent.
Yeah, the game yesterday was very tough because I was black, and you know it's never easy, even if I'm much higher rated. It was a very tense game, and I won as black, and then today it became easier. My position was nice after the opening, and well, it was hard to defend, and well, I just won rather easily. But yesterday was incredibly tough and tense. I even played my 40th moves with 5 seconds, so it was really a good fight from my opponent.
So would you say that basically the key game of the 2-match was the first game of the 2?
Yeah, because when you win as black with such difference in rating, it's very, very complicated as black. It tried to complicate matters, but it went very well for me, and I had a safe position very early on.
So now you have a free day because you don't have to play tiebreaks, obviously, and you'll be facing, in principle, Abasov, who will probably win today. That's what you're thinking?
Yeah, I won yesterday, and today it looked winning, so I guess I will face Abasov.
So both of you have a free day. Have you prepared already against him, or do you prefer to go round after round and take things one thing at a time?
No, I did some preparation already because I was hoping that I would win the first round. So we'll see. Of course, we are very close in rating, so I guess it's very 50-50 match. It will be interesting.
And the rest of the French team here, I noticed Ali Reza hasn't come, but the rest of the guys are here. How's the team going? How are the rest of the players going for this first round here?
I think Jules Moussa is about to win. Bakro already won. So most of them, only Lagarde. Lagarde has a tough pairing, and he made a draw yesterday, and today was very complicated. So I don't know, maybe while we speak, he's already in or out. This is hard to say. This is a magic of World Cup.
Laurent, my last question. You have a huge following in your podcast with Peter Hein and with Jan Gustafsson, the Chicken Chess Club. I'm one of your followers as well. It's funny because I saw your analysis with the other two guys of the World Championship, and I automatically understood that you should do a podcast together, and maybe 1 month afterwards you started doing it. How did this come about, and will it be the last chapter at some point, or are you going for the long haul? Tell us about this, please.
So this is Chicken Chess Club. Please subscribe. And actually we started 2 years ago, but 1 year ago we didn't maybe notice. But yeah, during the
other World Cup I'm talking about. Your analysis of the World Cup with the Carlsen. I saw those analyses. There was obviously a very interesting chemistry between the three of you, and I thought these guys should do a podcast. And 1 month after looking at that's
so we made some video for Chess24. Yeah, that's true. And well, it was the idea of Jan Gustafsson. We are used to hang out together for the Magnus matches. Now there is no more Magnus matches. So
as trainer of the Magnus.
Yeah. So we are all second of Magnus doing matches, but now he's not doing matches anymore. So we felt why not to start, and Jan Gustafsson had this idea to do a podcast, and we keep going.
For me, it's very funny. Each of you have a different personality, and all three, the chemistry seems to be working. So we expect many more chapters of this podcast.
Yeah, sure. We are a bit struggling these days to do it every week because we are busy. I'm playing chess. Peter Heiner is playing golf, and and Jan is traveling
in basement or in Thailand.
In Thailand. He's in Thailand right now, or in Bali. So yeah, but we will do more episodes. That's for sure.
Okay. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final session of the second game of the first round. With me I am Irene Sukandar. Hello, Irene.
Hello again, Sagar. How was the break?
Break was wonderful. I ate something, but I also went to the playing hall.
Oh, you did?
I could literally feel the tension because, we are now down to the last few minutes of the round. And there are so many interesting games. And I think you've done some work
I
as
did
well.
a lot of work here. Look at all the papers that I gave the marks to.
So now you know who are the people who have qualified to the next round. You know who are the ones in tie breaks.
Yes.
And I have a list of all the interesting games that we can look at. Should we first look at one game that I have?
Yes, well, while we're going to do that, I'm just going to announce a little bit. We have 3 tie breaks in the women so far. Okay, there are still a lot of
Only
games.
3?
There's still a lot of games going on.
Okay. But
so far, there's 3
okay.
confirmed. It's between Sarikbay Asel from Kazakhstan versus Pauline Guichard from France. And then we have another tie break match between Ruzinska Mikhalina and Foti Kimpong. And also the third one is Victoria Radeva versus Rahmangulova Anastasia. But there are also still many games playing, so we never know.
For sure.
And so far, the ones that through to the next rounds, the round 2 are Elaine Roberts, Irina Bulmaga, Huan Tang Trang, Sochko Monika, Fatalieva Olivia, Badelka Olga, Kyolbasa Olivia, Mili Sophie, Narfa Mai, Ule Meli Jade, Bivol Alina, Gongchan Yun, Mamadova Gulnar, Medina Warda Aulia, Claudia Coulon, and Marianne Gomes. So there are a lot of good players and some underdogs as well.
Yes, for sure. Very interesting. And I think we're going to see many games finishing now. There's one game which we can look at. This is between Carissa Yip from USA. Very talented girl.
Very talented, yes.
And she's playing against Jose Maria Campos. And in this position that we have, if we can get the board on the screen, it was better for white, but Maria Jose Campos blundered. So let's have the chessboard on the screen.
Carissa Yip versus Maria Jose Campos.
Yeah, there we have the chessboard. She played bishop to g7 here. And Carissa Yip, now she is right now a pawn up. So she took this bishop, then took the rook, then moved in with her rook, then took the bishop, took the rook, and we went into a pawn endgame.
Wow. And this is a winning pawn endgame for white because look at how many pawn islands black has.
Yes, and there's an extra pawn here for Carissa. So she goes g4, f4, pushes the king back, brings her own king up. Next, she'll also push this, bring the king further up. She has 2 waiting moves. What else do you need?
That's all you need to win the game. And what happened to them yesterday?
I think Carissa Yip, here it is. She had 1.
Oh, she had 1 yesterday.
So she'll be through to the next round. A very dominating performance.
Yes, yes. And
there she is on the screen. She is not facing the camera. Her opponent could be seen there. But very talented girl.
Yes. So if she wins this match, she will be facing a very strong Chinese grandmaster, Zhao Shui.
Zhao Shui, okay. One game I wanted to also take your attention to, Irene, was against Rupesh Jaiswal playing against Gadir Gusenov.
Yes.
I think this is a very commendable performance on board number 4. Board number 4 of the Open. Rupesh has managed to sort of fight on. The game still is equal, could end in a draw, most likely will end in a draw. But He's played 48 moves, nearly 4 hours,
Yes.
and that's a good job that he's done.
Yes, and to hold such a strong player, Gusenov is almost 2700 now. And yeah, look at that. I think he will be through to the second round.
Yeah. So Gadir Gusenov will make it, but a lot to be happy for Rupesh. He's played well. There's a game between Rasmus Swana. I think it got over. But I think it was an important game. Rasmus Swana versus Prin. And this ended in a draw.
And it's enough for Rasmus to go through the second round.
He won yesterday, yes?
Yes, he won yesterday.
So Rasmus Swana was, I think he didn't have a queen here, but he had enough material for the queen. He had given up his queen pretty early in the game when his queen got trapped, but I think that was good enough. His position was very solid, so Rasmus goes through.
Yes. Yeah, you cannot really do anything in this position, can you?
Yeah, very
Because-
solid. You know, the knight sits here,
Yes.
defends this, rooks are defending here, so
Yes, you don't have to do anything. You just have to move the king, actually, when you
Yeah.
protect everything. Just move king g7, and king g8, and so on. Yeah, there's nothing you can do in this position.
So very solid play. And there's another good news for Hungarian fans because Burkesh managed to win. He lost
Wow.
yesterday.
Yep.
Today he won.
So he forced the
Tiebreak.
Tiebreak, yes. Yeah, against Davini Poria.
Right. And there is David Paravian who is playing against Tran Tan 2. And actually in this position it was around equal if you look here. But look at what happens next. He gets his rook up, knight comes to d3, king g3, knight b2, c5, rook d3, takes, takes.
What?
He had to take with the knight, by the way. Because if he took with the knight, then you push, I push, you push, I push, and it's a draw.
Yep.
But he took here, and what he miss? What did he miss? He first pushed d2, and I think his point was if you take here, then knight c4 and knight goes back to stop the pawn. But he pushed, queen, check, king has to come up, and now a check, and he loses the knight.
Oh, no. Yeah, this is such a painful loss, yeah?
Yeah, that was a bit painful there for Tran Tan 2, who got kind of outplayed in tactics.
Yes. Yeah, this is I think it's quite a hopeless position for black.
So David Paravian winning there. I think one other board which we can quickly have a look is Kevin Gove Ming playing against Daniel Darda, and it is amazing what Kevin has managed to achieve here against his much higher rated opponent. He had lost yesterday, but he's not giving up. He's fighting tooth and nail, and he's better.
He's better, and he's been better since the last time we checked on this game. And he convert the advantage?
He's an extra pawn.
He has an extra pawn, yes.
But the knight is coming into g3 to fork the rook and the king. Let's say you move your king away to g1. I mean, white is better, but is it easy to convert this? I am not sure.
Yeah, well, probably we are going to try to pressure on the e4 pawn because this looks like okay, the knight can go back to f6. Yeah, you need to be very precise in order to convert this position. Yeah,
it's not going to be easy to make progress. You have to be patient. At some point, maybe c3, b4, but that again, this is a weak pawn. You don't want to exchange it easily.
Yes. There you go. We saw in the camera one game just finished.
Byron Casper, they had drawn yesterday. So I'm quickly going to check. They drew again today. So that means it's a tie break.
It's a tie break, yes.
Okay. So that's a draw there. And by the way, one game which is going absolutely bonkers right now is the game of Kobo and Dragnev. Yesterday, Dragnev beat Kobori, and today Kobo is winning.
Yes, I think it's gonna go for another tiebreak. Wow, you know, I have to count how many tiebreak games we have so far. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 tiebreaks.
And there?
Yes, already. So 15 tiebreak games.
15 tiebreaks.
And there are still a lot of games going on.
Wow.
So...
Did Levant Pansulai win against Harsha Bharatkoti?
Yes, so it's
that's
also
a
another
tiebreak.
tiebreak.
So that means Magnus's opponent is not yet
Clear.
clear.
Yeah.
Wow, Levant Pansulai coming back after losing his first game. But Karthik Venkatraman did beat Gregory Kaidanov, which means that Hikaru Nakamura faces him.
Yes. So Karthik gotta be ready.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be a great matchup. And there are a few other games that are going on. Let's just quickly check which one should we look at right now. Is there any game that catches your attention? I'm always surprised when we reach a game like this, like Bilgun Sumia and Axel Bachmann. Fourth hour of play and you still have 2 rooks, 1 minor piece, queen.
Wow, there are still so many pieces on the board right now. How to evaluate this position even?
I like black's chances though, because look at this pawn. It's could become a weakness, but right now it's pretty firmly placed, and I like black's structure, but his king is slightly exposed than the white king. So maybe a very small edge for black, but not so clear. Look at this move, by the way, in this position. C4.
I think we've seen a similar idea in different game before.
Yeah. The idea is to get queen d1. So if you take here,
just take it.
I want to take with the knight. If you take with the pawn, check, and you drop the rook.
Yep.
So c4 might be what Axel Bachmann might want to play against Bilgun Sumia.
Yep. So, and what did they do yesterday? I think Axel, was it a draw yesterday?
Yeah,
Bachmann 26-04.
I think so.
They drew yesterday.
They
Yes.
drew.
If Axel is pushing for a win, then he's gonna go through. But this position is still very
very interesting one.
Interesting one too. Yes. Not sure who's still better anyway.
There you have Axel Bachmann thinking for his move. He hasn't yet played c4. He is trying to figure out what to do. He has 18 minutes on the clock. There is another interesting game we can go to, which is between Supi Luis Paulo and Fauzi Adam. I think in this game as well, it was yesterday they had
They drew.
drawn, and today it's an imbalanced position because white is an exchange down but has a passer.
Yes.
And somehow this king is sort of cut off,
yes.
because of the knight and all these pieces controlling these squares. What do you think? Do you think maybe he wants to get the bishop from here, but then this pawn is weak?
Yeah.
So not so easy.
No, I think it's equal because both are, both sides will not allow each other to get what they want. But then by doing so, they cannot also do what they want. so
That was nicely put. Yeah.
so they are stuck with, refraining others and then refraining what they want as well. So
Yeah, that's kind of what sometimes happens in life.
yeah.
You stop others from getting what they want and you don't get what you want.
That's true. That's very true.
Okay, so this might end in a draw. There's another game which is going pretty interestingly. Daneshwar Bardia and Muradli Muhammad, they had drawn yesterday. And so today as well, it seems around equal. But I like White's chances overall. 2 bishops here, a protected passer. The knight could jump to b5. Could be very interesting. And
I think we have another result. I think it's by Timur Gariev versus Cordova Emilio.
oh, Timur.
I think Timur lost his game. And if that is correct, then Cordova is through to the next round.
Yeah, because he had one yesterday as well.
Yeah,
just
there are
checking.
still so many games playing on, but also there are plenty that's finished. Yes, Timur has lost another
he
game.
lost.
Mhm.
Okay. By the way, Bobby Cheng of Australia is playing against Iskandarov of Azerbaijan.
And he lost yesterday, so he needs to win this round.
Oh, no, yesterday they drew, right?
No, I think they lost. Bobby Cheng.
He lost.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's winning today.
He's winning today, so this could be another tie-break match.
Do you think that someone who loses the previous round gets this a lot of energy to sort of fight and win? Because to beat player like Iskandarov with black is never easy.
Yeah, it's never easy. But I think, you will do all sort of things in order to force the tiebreak, because otherwise you'll be sent back home. Again, Australia is very far from Baku.
Yeah, and Iskandarov lives in Azerbaijan.
Yes.
Which is close. I mean, it's in.
It's here.
But the thing is, you never want to lose on home ground.
Yep.
So even he has a lot to fight there. We have a game between Asadli Vugar, who's again from Azerbaijan, facing Letuan Min, and Letuan Min is
He lost yesterday, so Letuan has to win today.
and he's slightly better.
And he's slightly better. He's pressing thanks to the passer on h5, I guess.
Yes. And also he can trade here, take. Yes, if he moves the knight, then this pawn falls. But maybe you can go rook g6 hitting this bishop. So there are a lot of tricks in the air, and this could go in any direction.
But Letuan Min, he's known for his blitz skill.
Bullet, yes.
Bullet and blitz too, yeah. And I think he might be doing this on purpose, putting his clock so low behind his opponent.
Yeah, and then he starts blitzing out his moves. This will be fun to follow. A game that has caught my attention in the women's section is Nuray Sovetbekova. She has played really well. Look at this position. She's a piece down, but this pawn is pretty good. The king is exposed.
Wow. This is interesting position
Yeah.
to play as white, yeah? But it's not fun at all when you're actually under pressure to win the game, and all you can think of is just how do I checkmate my opponent. Well, but
But you can keep playing, right?
You can keep playing,
You
for
have
sure.
like 3 pawns right now. And let's say if she goes after the pawn, you can chop another one.
yep.
And if you blunder this,
Ooh.
then it's over because I
Rook
just
takes
take.
d5, yes.
And the moment you take with the pawn, I can directly chop the queen. Or else I can even give the check and win it.
Yep.
So, lot to play for here for Nuray Sovetbekova, who has to win. Meanwhile, Divya Deshmukh against Azhar Puteri would end in a draw. So, a good result for Malaysian player Azhar Puteri. She has defended well, but she will lose the match. But that's fine. Sophie Millett yesterday, she won, right?
She won, I think, yeah.
She won. Today
Today she's
is
still playing.
also in a great position. But there's only one move that Lina Nasser has to find in order to stay in the game.
And it's not easy.
But if you don't play it, white is going check, knight e5 and check.
Yes. So
And the knight would be very strong. So
bishop e2 is the move, yeah?
yeah, and then when you go here, I can take this pawn. That is very important.
Yeah, that's a very important pawn. And can we quickly go to the last game of the women section? The
Yes,
last board. It's
for sure.
Yakubaeva Nilufar against Eva Repkova. Just quickly show how the rook's endgame ended. And it's in favor of Repkova Eva. She won this round and the match. So
Wow.
she is through to the next round because yesterday they drew.
Yeah, I think
They-
the experience did shine through here because the position did look around equal, but now both the pawns fell. Irene, I thought that this endgame is not so simple to win here
Yeah.
because the king is cut off. And yes, if you push your pawn, then my rook will come here and sort of, this is a good position for white in order to hold. But look at how Yakuboeva played. She pushed her pawns and that made it all the more difficult to hold this. Because now, these pawns have become weaker. At some point, there is this h5 and this f5 becomes weak.
Probably the rook just needs to wait on e2 here and then just cut off the king while also keeping an eye on the pawn on b2. Yeah. Yep.
And then in the end, she just moved her rook, planning to queen. And if you take here, then I take here, and then I take here, and I'm 2 pawns up.
Yep.
What is up with Jennifer Yu?
Yeah. Take a look at Jennifer Yu. Is currently
Pawn
on the screen right now, and she is a pawn up. But I had a similar game like this, but with 2 rooks. So it's always easier to be a pawn down and with only 1 rook like this. So this can be guaranteed a draw already. When you have 2 rooks on the board, each 2 rooks, it's going to be very hard to defend. But with only 1 rook like this, it's easy to make a draw.
Yeah, and she plays her rook here, which means that the rook on g6 is tied to the pawn. How do you get it activated?
Yeah.
It's not easy. So that means Ordaz would most likely go to the next round. We have this very tough match going on between Priyanka Nutakki and Marina Brunello. And it seems like Marina is slowly taking control of this match because yesterday they drew, and right now look at her pawns and the bishops. We were talking about this knight becoming a dangerous piece, but it's not happening.
It's not happening. The knight is a bit too restricted on the edge of the board.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not going to work out here.
We can take a look one of the upsets from yesterday. Melia Salome versus Librelato. It's board number 15 in the women's section. So Melia is in a position.
Oh, she's winning now, right?
She's
today?
winning. Yes. So she has to win to force the tiebreak.
And by the way, that on your screen is Priyanka Nutakki versus Marina Brunello, the 2 players. But right now we are looking at the game between Salome Melia versus Librelato Kulat. No, the queenside pawns are just too strong right now, and Salome Melia will equalize.
Yes. This could
Experience
be
shining through.
Yes, this could be another tiebreak match. So yeah, I was just looking if we have any more result yet. I don't think we do. What about another upset? Alboredo versus Coritello Daisy.
Oh, what happened there? Did Daisy?
Daisy
She
needs
was
to
winning,
win.
right?
Now. Yeah, she needs to win.
Corey Daisy was. Oh, she's winning.
Okay, shall we quickly go to the fourth board of the open section.
Oh, by the way, Rupesh Jaiswal on the open board has managed to hold Gadir Gusenov.
Even
And
though he lost the match, but it's still a very good performance, yeah?
Very
Also,
nice.
yesterday he had a very good fighting game, and today he held Gadir Gusenov to a draw. I think he should be gaining some rating points.
Yes. Rating points, confidence. Also, when he'll come back to his country, I'm sure everyone would be proud of him the way he fought there.
Okay, so far all the top seeds, they're through to the second round.
Yeah.
We still are waiting for a few more games. Let's take a look at Awonder Liang. He won yesterday, and he just needs to make a draw. And apparently he's in a better position. Awonder Liang versus Alisher Karimov from Tajikistan.
Yeah, Awonder has the bishop pair, although he is a pawn down. But the bishops are very well placed. Also, this central pawn could get dangerous. I like Awonder's chances here.
Yes. And it's not so hard to, at least if you want to make a draw.
Yeah.
Yep, with this pair of bishop, and the king is already almost into the game. So I think we can safely assume that Awonder might be through to the next round.
And if he goes through, he'll face who would be his opponent, because I think he would be a very dangerous opponent for anyone whom he faces.
He will be facing the winner of Yilmaz Mustafa versus Muali Shitumbo.
And Yilmaz is winning.
Yilmaz is winning,
Yeah, either
so-
he'll hold, but he won't lose, so then he will face Yilmaz.
Yes.
And Yilmaz, one of the best players of Turkey, against Awonder Liang, will be a nice match to watch.
Yes. Look at the playing hall right now. It's almost empty.
Yes.
How many games are still running at the moment, Sagar?
I think the number of games that are running in the open section is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
Ooh.
16, 17, 18, 19.
Plenty.
Oh my god, 20 games. And in women, we have around
10.
another 20 games. So we have around 40 games still going
Wow,
on. It's
and-
not an empty.
It's not really an
hall.
empty hall. It's just because the hall is so big. It
Yes.
looks empty now.
Yes.
Yes. So, but actually, there are still. Well, we can see in the screen. I think it's Awonder Liang on the right side. It's versus his opponent
Yeah.
Alisher Karimov.
Even Alisher looks very young.
Yeah, both are still young. Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. This position again. We have another case of a pair of bishops versus a pair of knights.
Yes. And Irene, if I just asked you without thinking much, would you put your this knight on d6 or this knight? Which one would you choose?
C.
C. Why?
Because I'd like the idea of putting my pawn on c5 to c4 at some point.
Well, you have a great chess intuition, and you are right. Because if you did not do this and you put the other knight on d6, then after h6 you are in big trouble. King can't move anymore, and slowly and steadily the white king will start to enter. It might get dangerous. But yeah, he will go knight cd6 here.
Knight cd6 and c4 might be the next move. So, what is the idea of this position? Do we exchange one of our bishops with the knight, or we keep them?
Do you want to play for qualification, or you want to play the position?
That is a good question. Yeah. Do you want to win the game, or do you want to just qualify?
Yeah, because I think taking just helps you to get closer to qualification, right? Like you attack the knight has to go away. You then attack it further, the knight goes further away, and perhaps something like this. This becomes easier to sort of hold.
Yes, and then put the bishop in e7, and then tries to
Yeah.
push the pawn. Yeah.
So here it's
you
important
have to take on G,
and then I take here.
take on c5, and try to
Should
hold
be a
this
draw.
position. Yeah. I think he actually might go to this type of position. just trying to secure so that, trying to clarify the position.
Right. Okay, so he's thinking for the time being after knight cd6. He hasn't made his move. Should we quickly check a game? In the women's section, it is between Nandita PV and Yan Tianqi.
Ooh.
This one, Nandita drew. I think they drew yesterday.
Nandita, yes.
They drew their game yesterday.
Yes, they drew their games.
So right now it seems like Yan Tianqi is very close to winning this and qualifying to the second round. Do you think that there are any hopes left for black?
I think so. Looks like loss, but there might be, there could be some sacrifice. This B pawn will be taken by one of the bishops, and then you'll try to promote one of your pawns as well. And then in the end, it will be bishop versus rook.
Yeah.
And try to hold the position.
But this bishop is very good.
Yeah.
Even if you get g3, let's say I go b6, you go g3, take. This bishop is just controlling that queening square.
But how do you proceed with your b pawn?
I was thinking, should I push?
And then, the bishop on e4 is also standing very well. And if you move your rook, I can. So now bishop has to be protected on d6. So maybe bishop f4. Also, some point bishop e3. And now
g2.
g2, yes.
Checking back.
There's a check. Okay.
Somehow I managed to improve my rook.
So bishop g1.
Bishop b8, yes?
b8, sorry, yes.
Okay. Yeah, but then my king might slowly go ahead, yes? And
yeah.
it's
way easier to play this as white for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What happened?
Is this a blunder or what? No, there should be some transmission error.
Why?
In the live, it's rook c7. It cannot be rook c7. Oh, no, it's rook d7. Okay. Now it's fixed. I almost got a heart attack, like putting the rook and pre.
So rook d7.
Rook d7. Yeah, this still retains the advantage. So yeah, the rook is better on the side, yeah, and then probably the next plan is just to keep pushing the pawn.
Yeah.
Because the bishop, as you mentioned, it's standing very strongly.
Beautiful bishop. Okay. There is let's see which one should we go to. There is the game of the local Gohar Beidulayeva. She is the current world junior champion, and she is winning against Marina Gajsin. I think she had won yesterday as well.
Yes, she won yesterday.
She won, so right now she's definitely making it to round 2. Another power pack performance there by her. And there is a pawn end game that we have, which is between Mungsul Turmuk and Buksa Natalia. Didn't Mungsul win yesterday?
Yes, Mungsul won yesterday. So this game, she just needed to hold a draw. And it's a very easy fortress to play. You don't really have to move around. You just, play your king to e5, d6, e5, d6.
I just move back and forth. But the last move was c5. Do we do en passant? But that doesn't make sense. Because
in passant you can, but then you're forcing
f4.
And once everything's traded, you can check your hands. So, wow, so Mungsul will make another upset, and eliminating Natalia Buksa.
Yes. Do you know Mungsul Turmunk well? I mean, have you played with her?
We did play, I guess. I think it was a draw. It was 4 years ago during the Asian Continental. she is quite underrated right now because again she was very close to 2400. So I think at some point she used to be 2370, 2380 again, but now she's dropping like 150 points. So yeah, but she's a very strong player.
Right. By the way, in the game of Solakidu Stavrula against Anapoala Borda, we have the Philidor drawn
Philidor
in
defense,
game,
yeah.
where you cut the king off on the third rank and force the player to push the pawn and then go back and start checking.
Yes, and Stavrula won yesterday's game, so she just
will
needs
make
a
it.
draw here, and she will get it.
Brilliant. Another girl from Mongolia who is doing really, who is very strong, but is in trouble, is Munguntul.
Yeah, she was +6 yesterday, but she couldn't manage to win the game and
Oh.
ended up with a draw.
Really?
Yes,
And today she's losing.
she's losing. So this could be a very big upset if she loses this one and not giving herself a chance to redeem it in a tiebreak. Wow, because yesterday she had such a winning game.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to sort of overcome such a defeat.
Yes.
Because you know that you were almost winning such a big way, but now there's no way that she can hold this game. This is just gone.
Yes, the queen on b5 not helping all the pieces on the h file. They're very deserted. Yeah, and yeah, I don't think there's any more chance for black in this position. So this is another upset
Also
by the Chinese player.
Here, check, and I can win the knight, right?
And takes the knight.
This should be okay. But hey, there's a
Oh,
perpetual somewhere.
queen
Check.
d3. Yeah, so you have to be careful.
So can't just take this, and maybe there's some chances here for Munguntul, and there we see Stavrola there on the left against Borda Rodas Anapaula, and that game is ending in a draw.
Wow.
Should we go to the top board right now of the women's, which is still going on, which is against
Yes.
Injak and
Yes.
Sovet Bekova? Because if Sovet Bekova sort of beats Injak
And they're going to
into
tiebreak. Yeah.
that would be huge. That would be huge. They're playing on board number 3.
3, yes.
Board number 3 in the women's section. Right now, 6 minutes, 49 seconds for Injak. She gets her jacket on. And Nurai Sovet Bekova has 4 minutes. She's fighting really well. I am not at all convinced she's 1823 rated. She should be way higher than this.
Yeah, she's really underrated. She, 1823 is really not her rating strength.
Yeah. What is your feeling about this position, Irene? Look, firstly, the black king is a bit exposed, but I have ideas like rook g3, fg3, come in with the queen, my bishop could jump to d4 check, the other bishop could get activated.
This is still a bit messy, yeah?
Yeah.
This is such a messy position, and both players are not having a lot of time on the clock.
Yes.
3 minutes versus 6 minutes. Oh, wow. Every second matters. And I think in such a situation, it's better to be an attacker because you will need lots of time to defend. And we saw on the screen, queen d3 has just been moved.
d3. Maybe that's not the best move. What's the queen doing there?
Probably wanting to play
Queen d6?
e5.
e5
And then
get
queen
in from
h7.
here. That is possible. And now will Injak actually decide to sack her rook for the knight? Because it seems like a very interesting exchange sacrifice. You kind of cripple up your opponent's pawns. When you take, I have to take with the queen, otherwise there's bishop d4 check business. So take, and it does feel like black, suddenly these pawns are all useless.
Yes, because they're stuck. Yeah.
Yeah,
These
they've
two.
lost their flexibility.
These two bishops are just too strong, and some moves have
Oh,
been made.
she didn't take. She didn't take on g3.
No.
She in fact went bishop d4.
which is a very natural move to make. Yeah, you're just closing the d file and also attacking on g3.
Take here, take here, take here, and then you can't take because this pawn is pinned. But could we just now the only move here for Soviet Bekova is to play knight e2
Yes,
and remove the knight from there. I think she'll find it, but if she doesn't, she's lost.
that is the only move to find. I think she's going to find it because there's no other way unless she chose to play knight f1, which is worse. But there's no point on playing knight f1, right? Because
Yeah.
knight e2, you just want to hit the bishop
I
on
think
d4.
knight f1. Do you think?
Knight
She
e2.
finds it. Knight e2. Yes, removes the bishop from d4. Also threatening to take it if she doesn't remove it. Nice game here.
Nice game, yeah.
Nice game
This
developing.
is very a lot of things going on, and then anything can still happen. Knight e2. What do you do here as black?
e5, I think cementing the bishop seems like an idea, but then you close your queen down.
Yes, that's something that you wouldn't like to do. Probably. What
Yeah.
about rook cd8? Is it a move?
Ooh, rook c d8. What if I take?
And rook takes.
Maybe I can move my queen, but there's also this sneaky little move h7.
That
which
pawn.
forces you to go here, and then
Wow.
queen c3 when I'm looking here as well. Not so simple, this position, because when you take here, I might have this check.
That is, wow. That is very complicated.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now Theodora Injak has only 5 minutes 20 seconds to take her decisions. 2 minutes 50 seconds for Sovet Bekova. This is the final lap of the game. So no more increments of time. Only 30-second increment per move.
Meanwhile, let's go back to board number 36. I'd like to follow that game. Priyanka Nutaki. She was having a losing position before, but it's no longer lost. Apparently.
She has an extra piece now.
Yes. So Marina Brunello apparently couldn't convert. Oh, white was better before, yeah, and now actually.
No, black was better.
Oh, black was better.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
Like in this position, we
Yes.
saw black was just dominating with her bishops and pawns. But then suddenly this sack came, which was not a good idea. She took here. She thought she's going to win the queen.
But she's not. Is she? Ah.
Oh,
What is
that?
this?
You cannot stop the queen. I was
Wow.
thinking, where did the new queen come from?
Oh,
Because
wow.
she made a new queen.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Great escape there for Priyanka Nutaki, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, the pawn promotion wasn't able to be stopped.
Would you say that f6 was kind of a genius move?
Yeah.
Because look, I mean, if she played g takes f6, then this threat still is intact. You can't now take back because then you're just lost with this and cb3 and you lose the queen. But I think she got a little excited and she took it
Yeah.
and she forgot about the fact that this is happening. So very smart decision by Priyanka Nutaki.
Or also, maybe she was worried that if g takes f6, then queen takes f6. And the queen is coming to the back rank. Although the computer likes it for black.
Somehow this is winning because
That's winning already.
this is
yeah.
hanging, and
Yeah.
if you take back, you can take here.
Wow.
Not easy, not easy.
It's not easy at all, yes.
So Priyanka Nutaki making a comeback. I think now the game will end in a draw, king b1.
With the perpetual, yeah?
Because if you take this, then I take on f7, and somehow the checks continue. Also, this pawn is pretty strong. You can't mess with it.
So the only choice that she has is just to give a perpetual.
Yeah, yeah.
And yesterday they drew their game, so if they drew again now, then they're going to go to the tiebreak.
Tiebreaks, absolutely right. Should we go back to that game we were watching? Theodora versus Injak?
Yes.
Sorry,
Let's do it.
Theodora Injak. By the way, she's done exactly what you said. She went rook c d8, and now it's better for white. If Sovet Bekova finds h7, that would be crazy. But even if she just moves the queen, she's better.
She's still better, yeah? Wow. Yeah, that pawn on h6 is the source of all the suffering for black.
True.
Okay, so Sovet Bekova has to move very soon, and she had moved
she
h7.
played queen h3.
No, she did. Oh,
No,
she
played
didn't play.
queen h3.
Oh wow.
And not easy.
Yes.
2 minutes 23 seconds, but pretty decent move.
Wow, this time, any result can happen still.
Yeah, I agree.
White can win, black can win. It can also be a draw.
Do you think that queen f4 makes sense here? Because let's say I take on d4, you take back, I take on d4, and now there's this queen c1, queen f4 draw. I don't know. Like king h2?
Yeah, this is drawn.
Check. You can't push.
You cannot push because takes on f2 and then take on d4.
So Injak would be very happy with the draw right now, because the amount of pressure that Nurai has put on her is
since game one.
she's been putting a lot of pressure, and actually this can turn out in two ways. One is that Theodora gets such good practice in round one itself that she becomes a very strong player in this tournament.
I think she's going to be very happy after winning this match and then be a stronger player for the next round.
Yeah.
And if she wins the next round, she has... Oh, she needs to wait because the other match will be going on to tiebreak. That is Nandita versus...
no, she will face Sophie Millet, right?
This one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this one.
Sophie Millet.
That's true.
By the way, what's happening with Theodora? Why is she thinking so much? Yes, she's going to move the queen. Oh, she took first on d2, which is maybe not the best. The main point was to give an intermezzo check. And the reason is that once the king moves, you take now, the queen cannot come to f4.
Ooh.
And so that little check would have helped.
Yeah, but that is a very subtle, very, very subtle detail.
Yeah. Now she comes here. A good move.
Yes. In this type of position, you have to play offensive. There's no time to keep playing defensive because then you'll be running out of time and then your opponent will keep giving you more pressures. So I think she knows what is going on about queen c1, queen f4 perpetual.
Yeah, yeah. And Irene, look at this line. You go h7, attack this rook. You must go h8. Then I go queen c3, hitting the rook. You must take. And then I give a check. You go king f7. And I don't know what's this crazy position. Maybe it's still a draw.
Maybe white needs to give some checks.
No, because you go here.
What?
Yeah, you give a check, king f1, it's already better for white.
Oh, wow.
White is running away. And then there are these threats here. So
there's some
she found h7.
She found h7, yes. She found h7. Now she has to find queen c3, yeah?
Yeah.
And I think it should be
not easy?
too hard. Yeah, it is quite easy because, well, you want to protect the rook and also attacking on c5.
Well, the other idea is just to move the rook, but as you said, playing passive is not going to help. You need to attack. You need to go all offensive here.
So queen c3, and she has to make it very soon. She has less than 2 minutes on the clock. And wow, I'm sure if their heart rates are being checked right now, it could be, go up to the ceiling, probably like 150 or 160 even.
Yeah, I agree. We should get that rolling, at some point in FIDE events. The heart rate, we have done it in a couple of tournaments, and the results have been spectacular, because sometimes you think players are really stressed, but their heart rates are like 100. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
How are they so calm?
It's also something. I know what you were talking about. Yeah, some positions were just crazy, and then they were getting into sometimes scramble, and we thought that the heart rate would be, 160.
Yes.
But it turns out it's only 80. 80 is my resting heart rate probably. Even now, if I check my own heart rate,
You would be 100.
oh, it's 83.
Oh, nice.
I'm actually very calm
You're
right
very
now.
calm. You're very calm. But she went rook d1. She didn't find rook
Oh.
c3, which means that after queen takes e4, this is the move. Then you are looking
Yes.
at the h7 pawn and also at the g2 pawn.
No, this is
This rook d1 is the
this
move.
rook d1, yeah. So I learned that in such a position, never waste time playing such a safe move. Obviously you cannot calculate until the end, but just take the most offensive move that you could find, as long as you're not getting checkmated on the next
It's a
move.
very good advice. Very good advice for all those out there. When the position is complex, go for the most offensive moves.
Your opponent wouldn't be able to calculate until the end anyway.
Yes.
Right? So, now rook d1, and after queen takes e4, you don't have any more checks afterwards. So,
Yeah. Let's see what Theodora comes up with. She has 2 minutes 20 seconds, while Sovet Bekova has 39 seconds only.
Theodora is going to recalculate everything, because this is such a decisive moment, because the position is still not so safe for her, even though after queen takes e4 she will increase her advantage. Yep, queen
Takes
takes e4.
Great move. And by the way, is Sophie Millet, she was winning, right, throughout the game. Is she under, not Sophie Millet, Salome Melia?
Melia was winning, yes.
Yes, but now she seems to be in a very complex game. I don't know. Maybe she's still winning in that queen end game.
Let me find her game. Wow,
Is
this
this
is
still winning?
this is quite complex actually. There are many checks coming on.
She
And
might get knocked out.
yeah.
Salome Melia might get knocked out. By the way, queen g3 played here by Sovet Bekova, but now just queen takes h7 does. Oh, but no, the queen could enter from here. But then there's a mate here. Oh my god.
What is going on? What is going on?
This is so tough to calculate, right?
So rook takes h7, queen c7, king f6, yeah?
Takes
You have
h7,
to escape like that, I guess.
7, king f6, yes.
And then if queen goes to d8, then rook e7?
Maybe king f7 is okay.
Yeah, well, king
Oh, she
f7.
takes with the rook.
Yeah.
But what do you think is right now queen c7 the most natural move or queen g5?
I think queen g5 is. Queen g5 is the most natural one, because you want to keep an eye on g2 while at the same time you want to, attack the king. Oh, queen c7 is on the
she
board.
played your move, but this is a blunder. But this now it's not so simple.
It's not, but I have a feeling that Theodora will just allow some perpetual, just as long as she's through to the next round. So like Queen D8, Rook E7, Queen F8, Rook F7, something like that. I think this is what she sees during the calculation because she doesn't have enough time anyway. At least there's a draw. I don't think she finds the winning line because draw is enough.
Yeah.
Queen G3 come back.
She comes back, but now that's
Or maybe
not
now
right.
she sees Queen G5. So if King E7 goes back,
But now Rook G7
yeah,
is game
Rook
over.
G7 should be it.
Rook G7, there's
Yeah.
no check. Oh, there's one check here with Queen C3, but okay, that's just a check.
You can play Queen E5 even.
Yeah.
Or King F7 enough.
Mm.
King F7. Okay, so Black has enough time. I'm sure she finds this Rook G7 followed by King F7 if there's a check on C3 and she's about to move it.
Yeah, she's just making sure that she calculates it properly because Nurai Sovetbekova has given so much trouble to her. Rook
Yes,
G7
Rook G7.
on the board. Well done. That was the best move there. And now this means Injak does go to the second round.
Mm-hmm. Queen C3, last try. And after King F7, I think we can expect a resignation.
Because after King F7, G2 is attacked so many ways. And even if you play F3, I mean...
Queen E2.
Not Queen F3 though.
Not Queen F3 because there is Rook F1.
And what's
Was it?
happening there?
Oh, no, it just takes on, I think.
Ooh.
Oh, takes on G7. Takes on G7 and takes on
Takes
F3.
on G7.
And it's no longer winning for Black. So Queen E2, safely move.
She puts a queen here.
Oh, just Queen E5.
Yeah, very smart decision.
Yeah.
Because if you don't trade, then Rook takes G2 is just over. Okay, so this one is now time for Sovetbekova to throw in the towel.
Shall we see board number 15? Melia Salome versus Librelato.
Yes, please. Whoa, look at that game. Craziness.
Wow.
And Melia Salome's qualification depends on this position. I mean, not qualification, but staying in the tournament. She's 1 point down, right?
Yes, yes. So she has to win, but it doesn't look like she's winning. Okay, she's better. She's better. Can we get the camera to Melia Salome versus Librelato? Wow. Now the position is getting better for white.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
I think she had to go Queen B4 here, trying to stop the pawn. And the main point is if you go King C7, you have Queen E7 check.
Can you just promote?
Sorry?
Can you just promote? If after King C7, just promote F1?
You mean this? But this is what could happen in the game as well.
Just B8,
and
yeah.
so
No?
promote,
Oh, takes.
promote, take. And this is a better endgame for white because of this passer.
Because of that pawn, yeah.
So, in the game, that is the problem with Queen B1. She did find King C7.
Yep. And we see in the camera.
That is Librelato.
Yes, the one with the green.
The one
shirt
in green is
Melia Salome.
Right. Oh, both players Queen. White as well, Queen.
Yeah, so it's gonna take ages, this one, to finish. There will be so many checks. This is Queen's endgame.
And Irene is reminded of her 8-hour battle at the BL Masters. Every single day, when you have so many games of chess, you will definitely find at least one queen endgame, one rook endgame, one
Minor pieces endgame.
something or the other. You know, this is such a amazing gathering of players, and you can go over the games of this tournament because you will find all sorts of tactics, all sorts of games. I guess an entire book can be written about on tactics, on
Yeah.
positional play
Yep.
from these games.
Yeah. Absolutely. There will be many examples that the future tactical books or positional books will be taken from this event. And next to Melia, we see Mongontul Batuyak.
Yeah, what is up with her? Because she was, she's fought back.
She's fought back. She was losing. She was way
Yesterday
losing.
she was +6
Yeah.
and she drew. Today her opponent was +6 and she drew.
This is such a roller coaster game again. Oh, wow. There's knight d3 check, king b1, queen f1. Oh. Queen f1, king a2 should be fine, yeah? Then
Take this.
attacks on b5.
Take this pawn maybe.
Oh, wow.
And this queen. Yeah, maybe it's fine.
Yes. So what's
Munguntul will survive, I think.
you have to give up another pawn, yeah? Queen b6, I guess.
Yeah, sure, and then draw the game.
And then draw the game and knight
Put the
d4 and
knight
then
here.
yes. Wow, this could be a tiebreak again.
Maybe. Or are there any more twists left in the tail? By the way, what is happening? I don't know, but in this game, Francisco Guillaume Camburu Candela versus Gomez Barrera Javiera Belen. Seems like a draw.
Looks like a draw to me. That you just when the h6 pawn was won by black, just don't trade the rook.
Right.
You have to keep the rook on and try to defend it.
Right. Oh, look at the crazy position in Anton Demchenko's game against Lieva Gianmarco. Oh, by the way, Avonder Liang, what happened? Because
I think it should be drawn.
They drew?
Let me check. What the position? Yeah, they drew. They repeated the last few moves and
Which
make
is
a draw.
good result for Avonder.
So Avonder is through to the next round.
What are your thoughts on this game between Gianmarco versus Anton Demchenko? Because yesterday Gianmarco did beat Anton, and today he has a queen and 3 minor pieces for Demchenko. I mean, not 2 minor pieces, 1 rook, 3 pieces.
3 pieces. I think Demchenko will
win this.
Will win this, yes. But the thing is, if only the pawns were on g4 and g5 instead of g3 and g4, I think it would safely be a victory for Demchenko. But now there's something to think about. Yeah, the g3 pawn could be, something. But anyway, the queen has to always protect the g4 pawn.
So this one does look like it'll go into the tie breaks. Meanwhile, on the camera, we can see the game between Zhu Yinglun and Suleimanli Aydin. Aydin is a pawn up, but the problem for him is that his g3 pawn is under attack by the rook and the bishop. And there comes a check to the king.
I don't think it is their game.
Sorry?
I don't think it is their game. I mean, the camera was not on the Xu Yinglun. It was different game.
That one, yeah?
It
Well,
was different people.
Suleimanli, maybe I thought it was him. But anyway,
Now
this
it's
is
Demchenko.
Demchenko, yeah.
So, yes, so on the camera right now, it's Demchenko versus Gianmarco. So Demchenko just moves. What did he do?
Yeah, he played his bishop here. I think he's just you see how he's got all his pieces. Knight defends the rook defends the bishop, king defends the knight. So now the only thing that black can do is keep checking, but how many checks can you give anyway?
Yes. Meanwhile, Injak Theodora finished her game.
She won?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, she won. So she is through to the next round.
Someone should interview her and her opponent, because the way they played, oof. That was one of the most intense matches of round 1 at the World Cup. Great play by both.
Let's take a look at board number 17 at the open section. We will have the rook versus queen endgame.
Oh,
There you go.
Yilmaz Mustafa can just offer a draw
Yes, but
and
this is
qualify.
winning. This is a winning
But
endgame.
do you want to play on? I think yes.
Of course, there's nothing to lose anymore.
Some energy.
Yes, and
But tomorrow is a rest day.
yeah, but not to also lose any more rating because
Yes, that's
well,
true.
you know, offering a draw now and then 10 minutes later, it's gonna be finishing anyway. So I think this game just takes another
Yeah.
10 minutes in his life.
That's Durar Bailey Wasif
Yes.
taking on Figueiredo Losada. They drew the first round, right?
They drew the first round and now they're having a very interesting knight and pawn end game.
And Durar Bailey is winning this if he manages to find the only move to win here for white.
Yeah, this is such a hard decision. And now on the camera, back to Yilmaz. This is the rook and queen's endgame. I'm wondering, was there any point of the game that black player offered him a draw
Sorry?
of that
Ah.
Yilmaz game,
Ah.
the queen and rook?
Yeah, maybe he can offer, but I don't think Yilmaz would take it.
Yeah.
It's too many rating points at stake. He can get them.
Yeah. So in this position, Fasif as white,
Has to find this move, King E6.
king e6.
Hitting the knight so that when the knight moves away, let's say here, you start pushing your pawn forward.
Yeah, I think that is the most natural move at the moment. But Fasif has 9 minutes on the clock, so I
Oh.
think he's taking his time. He's not in a hurry because every single move here matters. Yeah, either he loses this one, or he draws this one, or he wins this one, and no need to force for a tiebreak.
Yes.
And I'd like to see what he's thinking about his game on his recap later. I'm sure if it's not going to go to the tiebreak, he will do another recap.
Yeah. He also was in the US, right? Studying.
Yeah, he's my former teammate
From
at
Webster.
Webster. Yes. Yep, still thinking. So he's also one of the local pride, one of the best players from Azerbaijan.
Yeah, he has been in this 2600 zone for quite some time. He finds King E6. And I think last World Cup he did very well. He lost to, I think, Vidit in 4th round. But until then, he had beaten some very strong players.
That is true.
He
Yes.
had beaten Nodirbek Abdusattorov,
I think so. Yes,
last
yes,
year.
yeah. And Nodirbek just beat Anishgiri in the last World Cup.
Exactly.
So G5, yes.
Well, there's no way to stop the G pawn. That's the problem. If you play D3, I just take the pawn with my knight, and then there's no way to stop the G pawn. Nice one. So Durar Bailey Wasif is going through to the next round.
Wow, there's no entryway for the knight, yeah?
Yeah, no way, no way. By the way, Kobo Ori is going to win this against Dragnev. We're going into tie breaks there. Tomorrow we'll have a lot of tie breaks.
We will have,
It's
yes.
going to be easier. It's going to be tougher to commentate.
So many tiebreaks already. We already have 15, the one that I already marked it from before, but we have a few more coming in after a few matches finishing, right? And then in the women's section, there will be at least, I don't know, 5 tie breaks coming up. At least.
At least.
There should be more.
Yeah.
So it's been very tough matches. What do you think?
Yeah, very much. Very tough matches here. And some of the players who made a comeback today after being a point down, kudos to them to their fighting spirit.
No, it's amazing. It's totally amazing to see how they fight for their life, for their dear lives, not only for the game, but no one is wanting to send back home. Yeah, everyone just want to be here as long as they can and go through the next rounds, not only to earn more money, but also to get more experiences and gain rating points.
Absolutely. You
So-
very rightly put that.
Yeah, so tomorrow we will have a very interesting tie breaks. We will see which match will go the furthest. Yeah, because we will have 2 rapid games of 25 plus 10, and then we have
You have 10 plus 10, then we'll have Blitz next, 5 plus 3, then
And
3 plus 2.
3 plus 2
and
until
then-
we see the winner of the match.
Yeah.
Yes.
No Armageddons.
No Armageddons. It's been very interesting day again with you, Sagar.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, very interesting. And I hope that tomorrow we'll be able to, cover all the games. It'll be great fun. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Irene.
Thank you.
And see you all tomorrow.
See you.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.